Welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Happy Wednesday, and you guys know what that means. It is Buy, Sell, Hold Day. That's Brian Driscoll. I'm Trevor Trowbridge, and I'm ready to dive into it today, man. We got a lot of good submissions.
A little behind. I wanted to be like, finally, IB is back. So, yeah, we're sorry about that. A little technical difficulties with my computer. It's on me, but we're ready to go. I know Trev's ready to go. Trev's always ready to go on Buy, Sell, Hold Day. First of all, Trev's always just kind of ready to go. Talk Notre Dame football like any day. But now I'm ready to go, man. Y'all know the drill, right? These are submissions that are submitted by board members only. So that's what we got 3 pages worth from Salty puts the thread up on usually Monday or Tuesday. Anything related to Notre Dame football, Notre Dame recruiting, college football, we're ready to have at it. It's not you don't have to only ask Notre Dame questions, but obviously we on these particular days we'll have those. We got some other things maybe planned for the summer that may start here soon. We'll see. But no, I'm ready to go, Trev. I know you're ready to go. If you want to get one in and you didn't get one during the day, or you want to get one in now, you can go ahead and submit a super chat, and we'll bring that up. I know my guy Lucky Ducks has one. Lucky Duck 512 has one. But Lucky Duck, I'm going to hold your super chat until we get to your questions that you also submitted in the show. So we actually do have some from Lucky Duck. So I'm going to bring his super chat up when we get to that segment of the show. So if you see that, Trev, and I don't bring a super chat up, then that means I forgot. It means you need to remind me. So without further ado, Trevor Trowbridge, let's rock and roll with this week's Buy, Sell, Hold.
First one in here, Buy, Sell, Hold, Dallas Golden, Cree Thomas, Mark Zachary on who has the potential for a breakout freshman season in the secondary.
Man, so we got to buy one, sell one, hold one, right? That's pretty much what he wants to do. I don't really want to sell any of them. I would probably go buy Dallas because for me, he's the top player in here. Now, like you said, season in the secondary, because I think Dallas Golden could also make an impact this year as a returner. But in the secondary, I like Dallas. I think he's a guy that has the athletic talent, the playmaking ability to come in and play right away, whether it's as a corner or in the nickel. My holdup with Dallas would simply be because he was such an all-around player in his career. You wonder, like, does he have the technical proficiency to come in day one and play? And that's honestly an issue I have with Dallas and Mark Zachary, is they were such all-around players that, and then at least Mark played corner, but I still bet on the talent with Dallas Golden, Trev. I mean, he's an elite talent in my opinion. And he's got an elite position coach that I could see him getting him ready to go. So I'm going to buy Dallas. I'm going to hold on Cree Thomas just because I like his talent plus his combination of being here early and being able to prep. And then I'm only selling Mark Zachary because I want to respect the question and the whole premise of the show. And I can't start off the Buy, Sell, Hold show by refusing to do a Buy, Sell, Hold the way that was presented. Look, all 3 of these guys can make an impact as a freshman. The reason that I'm putting Mark Zachary at the bottom of the scale is more so just about, of the 3, he needs the most strength work and body work. Like he's got to build up his body a little bit more. If Mark would have been here during the spring and during the winter, I'd be much more prone to put him as the hold or even the buy. And if he would actually don't even need to debate that. If Mark Zachary was here in January and went through this whole process, spent this 4, 5, 6 months in the weight room, head start, I'd probably buy him just because he could really use that head start even more so than the others. So yeah, that's where I'd go, Trev. But I'm only holding and selling those 2 because I want to respect the question. I think all 3 of those kids have the tools and talent to come in and make an impact right away. And even though if I sold Mark Zachary, if he's the guy that does it, you're not going to see me shocked at all. I think he was a top 100 recruit on my board. So if he comes in and plays as a freshman while working with the best, in my opinion, the best coach of cornerbacks in all of college football, I'm not going to have to color me shocked. You know what I mean? It's but I did want to respect the question and kick things off that way.
Fair enough. You and I see that the same. I do want to bump Mark Zachary up because of that really cool vintage starter jacket that he was wearing at the Blue Gold game. That was pretty neat. But yeah, I'm with you. Same order. Buy, sell, hold from IM Tenzin. NFL development of quarterbacks is actually worse than the evaluation of the quarterbacks.
I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell that. I'm going to push back on that. I think that, number one, I don't know that the NFL should necessarily be responsible for development the same way that it is in college. But I think it depends on the team. It's like with any sport, no matter the era, the greatest era of NFL play, quarterback play, which in my opinion of my lifetime is like the 80s and early 90s, the greatest era of quarterback play. You still had teams that were clueless when it came to drafting and developing quarterbacks. That's always been true. I mean, look, Kyle Shanahan got to the Super Bowl with a guy that was literally Mr. Irrelevant in the draft. That's pretty darn good development. And no one's going to sit there and look at Brock Purdy and be like, dude, that guy has a cannon for an arm. He's an elite athlete. He just had never been coached before. You know, Brock Purdy's a kind of an average talent physically, but clearly he's smart. He's instinctive. I mean, he's got all the intangible tools, and he's not like a guy. He's not like Danny Warfel, you know, like arm strength wise, but he's not. You don't watch Brock Purdy and be like, dude, I'd put his physical tools up against Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen's and Aaron Rodgers and John Elway. No, I mean, you're not doing that. But that's great development. We've seen that with other quarterbacks in the NFL where their development is very strong. It just depends on the organization and the franchise. I mean, I've seen the Cleveland Browns waste quarterback talent. I mean, how does Baker Mayfield play for the Browns and stink and then immediately go to the Buccaneers and all of a sudden he can play? You know, like, now, in fairness, Baker will tell you, like, part of that was on me. Like, I wasn't mature enough and didn't do this and didn't do that. And he's talked about how, you know, kind of later in his life, coming to know, you know, Christ has been something that's really helped him mature with his work ethic and his focus. And all those things are phenomenal. That's absolutely something I embrace. But at the same time, this is a guy that looked like a completely different quarterback the minute he left Cleveland. And it's like, well, they don't develop quarterbacks. So hopefully that changes now if you're a Browns fan. But at the end of the day, I think there's some teams that are pretty good at developing quarterbacks. They're just not good at evaluating it. And the reason why, Trev, is because the reason that I believe quarterback is such a problem is because quarterback is the one position where you can't obsess over the physical tools as much as you do at other positions. Because the physical tools play the least amount of importance at this position compared to others, whereas the intangibles play a much bigger role than others. So when you fall in love with a Ryan Leaf and a Jamarcus Russell and players like that, Zach Wilson, because of the physical tools, but you ignore the other things, you have all the busts that we've seen them have. And then, you know, and that's kind of the thing that I put on that and why I feel the NFL has been overall pretty bad at that.
You know, I'm also going to sell this. Evaluation of quarterbacks, especially in the last decade, has been really, really bad. But then I think continuity plays a bigger role in the development of quarterbacks and just development in general. You brought up Baker Mayfield. I mean, he was a guy in Cleveland. He had 4 offensive coordinators in 3 years. And when you're a young quarterback in the league, that's just being set up for failure. It does not shock me that was with the Cleveland Browns. Because to your point, that's just kind of what the Browns have done. I mean, at least since I've been alive, the Browns have historically been terrible at producing and developing good quarterbacks. But no, to me, it's still the evaluation. Just in recent years, you have guys getting drafted way too high. And when I mean way too high, I don't mean just above their value. Maybe they're a second round talent, but they go in the first. I mean, I'm talking about guys that shouldn't be third round picks that go in the top 5, that go in the top 10. And it's strictly because of the physical tools. So I'm selling this Tens, and I get where you're coming from, but Nah, man, evaluation of quarterbacks in the NFL has been really, really bad in the last decade or so. Buy, sell, hold. Based on where Notre Dame players signed or were drafted, excluding Watts and Ben Morrison because they're too easy, Riley Leonard actually has the best chance to have the longest career.
I'm going to disagree with that. I'm reading the submission, Trev, and I am Tenzin's normally in the show, so if I'm reading this incorrectly, please let me know and I'll respond to it in the way that you intended it. But I'm looking at this as best longest career kind of with who they're taken by. Because like otherwise where they're signed or drafted doesn't really matter. If you think a guy's a 10-year pro and if he doesn't make it here, then he'll make it somewhere else, right? I'm kind of looking at it as with the organization that drafted him. That's how I kind of perceive it. I think it's too early to tell. I think Riley Leonard could absolutely maybe have a chance to have a long-time career with the Colts. But, I don't know that I necessarily think that that's the place where he could be. I actually think the two guys that were drafted ahead of him, two of the guys drafted ahead of him, I think could be that. I think Jack Kaiser could be a guy that spends his entire career or most of his career with the Jacksonville Jaguars because of the reason that I believe that they drafted him, which is to have him be someone that is coming there to be a special team stalwart and potentially a depth player linebacker. If he's a standout on special teams, I could see him spending a big chunk of his career there, much like we saw with David Bruton in the NFL with the Denver Broncos. David Bruton didn't really he played some games here and there and as a backup or to fill in for injury, but he was primarily known as a guy that was a special teams guy and spent all but 1 year of his career with the Broncos, and then he went to the Redskins for a year and obviously retired after that one season with the Redskins. I think it was like 29 or so. So I could see Jack Kaiser having that kind of career where the Jaguars value him and he's eventually a team captain as the special teams captain, and because they do that in the NFL, some teams. And then he could be there for a long time. I could see that because it's not just playing a position. You're also someone who can bring value as essentially a starter in a different part of the team. And then I also think Riley Mills fits that Seattle defense really well with what they do. I've just kind of studied that a little bit. And I'm also somewhat familiar with Mike McDonald because of what he did in Michigan, but also more so we have a long history of kind of what the Ravens do. And that's the tree he came from, was that Ravens tree, that Jim Harbaugh tree. So I could certainly see Riley Mills also being a guy that has a career. Because I think when you look at the roster for the Seahawks, they have a couple veterans ahead of him that are, one of them, especially Leonard Moore, is getting a little bit long in the tooth. He's like 30 now. Have Riley come in that first year, maybe sort of like Sean mentioned this, I think on Monday, like kind of like a red shirt year almost because of the ACL. And then year 2, he's a backup. And then year 3, he could maybe, by that point in time, Leonard Moore's 32, 33. And, who knows what Jaron Reed's going to do. And now Riley's ready to step in and, play there for a long time. So I think those two guys actually I would put right now ahead of Riley Leonard. That could change when we get through minicamp if Riley's doing well and one of those other two guys are not, or if both of those two guys are not, and Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. But I still think the two guys ahead of him are. So I'm gonna sell that. What say you, Trev?
Yeah, if we're not talking about the team, like staying with the team the longest, then I would buy Riley Leonard just because of the nature of the position. Riley Leonard, I think, has the tools to be a solid backup in this league for a really long time. But if Tenzin, if you are listening to the show, if you are talking about just with the Colts specifically, I would sell it. But if you're just talking about NFL career as a whole, I would probably lean to buying this. So it just depends on what frame you're asking this question in. Buy, sell, hold. The 2027 draft class will be the best of these groups, 26, 27, 28.
I'm going to buy that, Trev, because I still we don't know enough about what the 28 draft class is going to look like because it's basically the current freshman class, like rising sophomore class. And the guys that are already freshmen that are standing out aren't going to be 4-year players most likely. Like it's unlikely that Leonard Moore, barring injury, is going to be a 4-year player, much like Benjamin Morrison. It's unlikely if Bryce Young is who we think he is, he's going to be a 4-year player. Although with his background and who his family is, it wouldn't necessarily shock me if he's a 4-year player, even if he is projected high. But if he's like a top 10 caliber draft pick by his junior year, then he's going to go. If he's a late first round pick, then I could see him maybe coming back. But like that'll be more of like the CJ Carr draft class, and that'll be the senior year. So I think right now when I look at 27, I think it's got a chance to be a really big draft class, because that'll be after the 26 season. So you're going to have, that's going to be the 23 class that we love so much. That's their senior year. So that's Jagasol senior year. That's Drake Bowen senior year, Christian Gray senior year, Don Schuler senior year, and then potential fifth years for guys like Billy Schrouth and Emil Wagner, players like that. I could see that being a massive draft class. Really, I mean, that's Josh Burnham's fifth year. That could be a huge draft class. And if Notre Dame's the team we think they're going to be the next couple of years, if my prediction is right that they'll win a title the next 2 years, then that draft class is gonna be a big part of that if they don't win it this year and they win it next year. So when I look at it, Trev, I kind of lean towards the 2027 group, just because I think 26 is going to have some high volume, or high value draftees, but I don't know it's going to be a big draft class because of how many guys I expect to come back for the 26 season. But if Notre Dame wins it all this year, we've talked about this the other day, you'll see it'll be because, maybe some Christian Grays and some Jaden Greathouses and some Charles Jagasols or some Emil Wagners and some of the guys like that. Drake Bowen has just this monster Butkus Award winning year where he's just has a Manti 2012 type season, and then he leaves earlier than we expect him to be, because right now I project Drake to be part of the 2027 draft class. If he's a first team All-American, he has 115 tackles and 10, 11, 12 tackles for loss and 4 or 5 sacks, and Notre Dame wins a national title, all bets are off. You know what I mean? But that title in 25, I think, would also impact the 27 draft class also, because they're still going to be viewed highly, just like we saw from Michigan. I mean, Michigan won the title in 2023, but 3 of their best players on that team came back for the 24 season and all went in the top 12 picks in the draft. So I still think 27, even in that instance, is going to be the year where we see the biggest and a lot of, and not just biggest, but a lot of day 1, day 2 picks as well. It's not going to be like a bunch of dudes in round 6 and 7. There'll be some of that, but it'll be because of the top of the board stuff as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the 26 group overtook it, because even without projecting who will be in the 27 class and the 26 class, if all things pan out, you have Jay Love, you'll have Jadarian Price, Malachi Fields, who knows what kind of season Will Pauling has. Then there's other players that can be projected to go based on how they do. I think a lot of it's going to depend on how far Notre Dame makes it this year. If they win it all, it would not shock me at all if the 26 class kind of overtook that. But as of right now, standing, I would also say the 27 class. So yeah, I'd buy that.
Let me do the next one, because I don't have an opinion on this. You would know more about this than I in this next one I would, Trev. So I'm going to present it to you. Buy, sell, hold for Miami Tenzin. Lawrence North will finally get over the hump this season to finally win the state title, lost in the semi-states last season.
I'll hope buy it for you, I am Tenzin. I'd be lying if I told you that I had a dog in the fight. But if you're an alum, I'll go ahead and buy that. I'm not as in tune to Indiana high school football as I used to be. I still know the schools and the divisions and who's kind of at the top of those, but I don't know what other schools in Lawrence North's division has coming back. So for your sake, I am Tenzin. I'll buy it.
The next buy, sell, hold submission, I'm adding a card, so I'll get those up in a second. But the next one is buy, sell, hold for Miami Tenzin. Notre Dame will get 3 Hoosier residents in the 2026 class. I'm gonna sell that one, Trev. I don't unless we're talking like walk-ons. There's really not a lot of guys on the board right now for Notre Dame in the 26 class. So I just 27 class maybe, but looking at the board, I'm just trying to look at 26 kids right now. There's only one player from the state of Indiana right now in the 26 class that even has an offer. So it'd be hard for me to really see all of a sudden two more guys getting picked in that spot. So it's going to be hard for me to kind of see that as a way to go. So I'm going to sell that one for now, Trev. And then I'm going to bring up these new cards here now. So we did, Brandon, I went ahead and added your late BISA hold submission since Brandon is a IB member, and that's something that people in the chat are talking about. So I'll pull that one up, but just let me get these other cards here. So let's get back. Detroit Hunter is back off vacation, Trev, and he came back with a vengeance.
Oh,
so let's roll.
BISA hold from Detroit Hunter. USA Today ranking LSU ahead of Notre Dame in their post-spring top 25.
So that's the one I sent you, Trev. I'm going to sell that in regard to, I think it's it was a nonsense top 25. So I'm going to buy that it happened. I'm going to sell the logic behind it. I mean, look, let's this has nothing to do with Brian Kelly. This is what we'd be saying if we were talking about Notre Dame. Let's say last year Notre Dame would have lost to Northern Illinois, and then let's say they blew a fourth quarter lead against Louisville. Let's say they lost to USC, kind of LSU did, and then one other game, and then they had like an ugly win over a middle of the road Big 12 team, and they're 9-4. Riley Leonard's coming back, decent amount of players coming back, lost a good chunk of some NFL players, but hey, this is where you're going. Would we be sitting there talking about them being a top 10 team? No, we would not. We wouldn't even be doing it. But a national outlet would not be talking about Notre Dame being a top 10 team. The only reason a team like LSU is in the top 10 is because they're an SEC team. That's the only reason. There's nobody else that gets that kind of benefit of the doubt. You're talking about a 4-loss team from last year that, what did they have, a comeback win over Ole Miss where literally the only time they led at home was in overtime when they won the game? Like, that's the team that we're talking about is a preseason top 10 team. I know LSU has some good players coming back, Trev. You had them 8th in your ranking. So I had them 14th. We both think LSU has a shot to do that, but you're going to put them ahead of Notre Dame? You're going to put them ahead of Alabama? You're going to put them ahead of Oregon? Based on what? So, yeah, I think that's some nonsense. I'm just going to say it right there. That's some absolute nonsense. And then what's their it's not just them. What's their justification for dropping Alabama from 3rd to 9th? They had Alabama 3rd in their postseason way too early top 25. Now you drop Bama down to 9th. Notre Dame did drop up to 7. So their whole ranking for Notre Dame has been jacked up from the beginning. And what they is that they look at Notre Dame as a fluky team. That's how I view that. They look at Notre Dame as a fluky team. They had Ohio State number 1, which I have no problem with because my philosophy. Maybe they have the same one. You're the champs until somebody beats you. No problem with that. I wouldn't have Penn State number 2, but I'm not going to have a problem. I'm not going to knock on. I think you had them number 1, right, Trev? So no issue with that one. No issue with Texas at 3. We could debate should Notre Dame be ahead or behind, whatever, but no issue. But then Georgia number 4. So Notre Dame and Georgia played head-to-head. Notre Dame smacks them, beats them by 13 points. They lose a bunch of players from their team. Notre Dame returns a bunch of players from their team, and we're going to have Georgia 3 spots ahead of Notre Dame because they got some mediocre transfer receivers from other programs? Other than they're an SEC team, what's your justification? You're going to rank them 4th but leave Oregon 8th? Oregon had a much better portal session than Georgia did, and Oregon lost just as much as Georgia did. So what's your justification for having them ahead? And then Clemson number 5. I get the hype around Clemson, but can we actually let Clemson win some games first? Like, not only did they go 10-4 last year, they lost 2 of their last 3 games. They had 5 opponents they were head-to-head with Notre Dame, Trev. 5 opponents. Notre Dame beat 2 of those opponents because they beat Georgia 23-10, whereas Clemson lost 34-3. Notre Dame beat Louisville 31-24. Clemson lost to them 33-21, both at home. Notre Dame beat Florida State 52-3. Clemson beat them 29-13. Notre Dame beat Virginia 35-14. Clemson beat them 48-31. That's the closest margin that they had between the two. Notre Dame still won by more, and then Notre Dame beat Stanford 49-7, and then Clemson beat Stanford 40-14. And they were all played at the same place, meaning neutral field with Georgia. So it wasn't like Notre Dame got them at home. They both had Louisville at home. They both had Florida State at home. They both had Virginia at home. They both had Stanford at home. So what's the justification for having Clemson 2 spots ahead of Notre Dame? So it's not just LSU being there. There's several people ahead of Notre Dame that you're just like, I don't understand this one. This one doesn't make any sense. And this is coming from 2 guys who are much higher on LSU than I would imagine a lot of people in the chat are because of what they got coming back and then what they've got coming in this year.
Oh, and it's a quarterback rankings list. Like, go look at all the paragraphs of all the first sentences only talk about quarterbacks. That's it. I mean, that's the pattern. You go and you look. Ohio State, they won the championship last year. Second sentence is about quarterbacks. Penn State, Drew Aller comes back. First player mentioned. Texas, Arch Manning, probably one of the biggest names in college football coming back. First name mentioned. Georgia, first name mentioned, Gunnar Stockton. Clemson, first name mentioned, Cade Klubnik. LSU, first name mentioned, Garrett Nussmeier. I mean, it's a quarterback rankings article. That's what this is.
Real quick, Trev, question for you. Gunnar Stockton has how many career starts?
1.
Who did he play in that one game? Can you help refresh my memory? Who was that one start against? Notre Dame. Bowl, right? That's right. That's right. And who won that game, by the way? Who won the game between Notre Dame and Georgia? Okay, so he's got a whopping 1 more start than CJ Carr. I mean, like, you got to be kidding me. You got to, and you are correct. Literally, the first or second sentence of every one of these things has to do with a quarterback.
Well, it's literally
I'm down to number 10.
Yeah,
and it's the same way.
Every single one. Kansas State at 12. Avery Johnson, Illinois.
Okay. That's the first one.
Okay.
If Tennessee does, Michigan does, South Carolina does, BYU does, Louisville does, Ole Miss does, Iowa State. And then even the Arizona State one is, while Cam Scatteraboo departs, quarterback Sam Levitt is ready. Like Nebraska's the same way. UNLV does not. It's not. They talk more about other things. TCU's quarterback driven, and then Oklahoma does not. So 3 of the top 25 teams don't talk about quarterback first. That's lazy, and that ultimately, that's what I can say about these rankings. It's lazy. It's lazy. It's built on groupthink to a degree, but not even fully groupthink. Because if you're going full groupthink, you'd be higher on Notre Dame, like everybody else is. But it also still goes on old school stereotypes. So there's no justification for having Georgia ahead of Notre Dame. None. Notre Dame beat them head to head last year. Notre Dame had a better record last year. Notre Dame won another game after playing them last year, and Notre Dame returned significantly more production from last year's team. So, like, there's no metric by which you can look at Georgia and say, I'm more confident that they're going to be good than Notre Dame. What, Gunnar Stockton's 1 career start is really the thing that Notre Dame's got better proven receivers. They've got better running backs. They got more guys coming back on the offensive line. They have more defensive linemen coming back, more linebackers coming back, and more secondary guys coming back. But Gunnar Stockton has a whopping 1 more whole start than what CJ Carr has. Sure. Let's go with that.
Yep.
Let's go.
And Notre Dame is also the first team in the top 10 where they don't talk about any defensive players.
Right. A team that's been a top 5 defense the last 2 years. Okay.
They talk about, like, deny Dennis Sutton. They did no mention of Leonard Moore, though.
Right.
No mention. Yeah. So I don't even want to sell this because if I'm selling it, I'm turning a profit on it. I'll donate this list. So this list
That
is
is
not
the
good.
best buy, sell, hold answer ever. I'm not buying it. I'm not holding it. I'm selling it. I'm donating this to charity.
Yeah, I'm donating it, man.
This is in my free pile at the garage sale this weekend. This is the
Yeah.
whole take what you want from this. I'm not making any money off of that. I love it.
Yeah.
I freaking love it. That was
Pass.
awesome.
Yeah.
Trev, buy, sell, hold, pass.
Buy, sell, hold, donate, dude. Like this list is bad.
That is great. Oh my
man.
goodness. That's
all righty. Another one from D-Troll Hunter, buy, sell, hold. Mid-season firings return in the 2025 season in an effort to get new structure, coaches, GMs, etc., in place prior to the portal winter window.
I'm going to sell it in regard to there being more than there was the last couple of years. I mean, I think there was a couple coaches that got let go in the middle of the season last year. But I'm going to sell it because I still think at the end of the day, while your premise is absolutely where the minds want to be, there's still a financial dynamic to this. And a lot of colleges that basically were in the red last year because they spend more than they make are now having to deal with, payrolls.
Mm.
And you're going to have a tough time justifying paying tens of millions of dollars in buyouts to the head coach and his assistant coaches when you are in that situation. So I think you're going to have to be careful about that. You're going to see more teams kind of waiting until after the season to do all that. Look, there's no reason you can't get a coach and a GM in place when you're ready. Like there's nothing that says I have to fire my coach before I can start looking for his replacement. There's nothing that says that, because unless you're going to replace him with one of the assistants on staff, what benefit do you get from hiring him? You're still going to have to pay him.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going to not pay him. So, like I'd say is like start looking for the coaches. If you're smart, start looking for your coaches. Start talking to people. Start talking to to agents and things like that. Have an idea of what you want to do, so that way, when the season's over with, you go. Because the reality is, it's not about when you fire the coach; it's when you hire the new one. And there's nothing that tells you can't fire a guy the day after the season's over with and then replace him with somebody else. Because here's the deal: if you're firing a coach, he's getting fired at the end of November. You're not waiting until after the championship games. You're firing him at the end of November. And if you've done your homework and done your due diligence, what says you can't replace him 3 days later with the new coach? I think that would make more sense than getting rid of a guy in the middle of the year. So I've never been a big fan of firing guys in the middle of the season unless there is some sort of, as I've said before, cause beyond football to do that. If there's some sort of abusiveness going on, if there's some sort of illegal activity, some sort of violation, like severe violation of his contract, if you find out a coach is hooking up with an undergrad, or you find out he put his hands on somebody, like if there's like legitimate reason to fire him, then you fire him. But see, that's different because now you have cause.
Yeah.
What's going to be interesting is, do some of these schools start narking on themselves, knowing that the NCAA won't do anything to them, but it gives them cause to fire a coach without paying him off, without the buyout? That's going to get really interesting. Really interesting. So we'll see. What do you think, Trev?
You and I see that the same. I don't see the value in firing a coach in the middle of the year. Let's just say there's a coach, and we'll keep it nameless. Let's say there's a coach and he's 4-4 going into the month of November. What does firing him do? I don't fully get that. Just at that point, lick your wounds, wait till the end of the season, and then take your time to get a new structure in place. Because most of the time, when you fire a coach in the middle of the season, you just hire an interim head coach. It's not, you just appoint somebody on the current staff. You don't go out and find somebody to then come in and take over.
Yeah. So like, unless it's someone who you think may take over, like Andrew Gilmore in the chat said, what about like Arkansas getting rid of Sam Pittman and then letting Bobby Petrino be the interim, see how he does. And then, because you may say, hey, look, let's promote him. He won here last time.
Yeah.
And he got fired for cause. You know what I mean? So but they brought him back as OC. Why not make him head coach? They don't care
Yeah.
about that moral stuff. They just want a guy that'll win. And so like I could see some weird dynamic like that, but unless you think your replacement's on staff, like let's say that USC thought, hey, Lincoln ain't the guy, but we really like Danton Lynn. And we'd like to get him in the give him a shot to see what he does, because we're going to lose him at the end of the year, one way or the other. Either A, if we don't fire Lincoln now and don't give him a chance, we don't necessarily know that he's going to be the replacement, and there won't be any momentum for that. And then if we do go through that process, there's going to be other teams trying to scoop him up.
Yeah.
So maybe say, hey, let's fire Lincoln. And this is an example. I'm not saying that they're going to fire Lincoln Riley. I'm just using an example of sort of like a young ascending coach at a place where a coach is kind of on the hot seat. Something like that, but where you're thinking your replacement may be internal. You want to give that guy a shot to see how he does. That's really the only reason for me to fire a coach in the middle of the season, is because we definitely aren't going to go forward with this guy, but we think that this younger guy might have a vision, or this other guy might have a vision that we think might work. Let's give him a shot. Worked for Clemson and Dabo.
Yeah, very true. That's very true.
I could see that.
Biso Hold, DJ Lagway's repeated shoulder soreness issues are highly concerning for Florida.
Oh, yeah, it is for me. Anytime a quarterback starts having consistent, repeated issues with his arm, that's a red flag for me. I hope that it's not a reoccurring thing, because that young man's fun to watch. But he's got a bit of a funky delivery, and he throws with a lot of there's a lot of oomph behind his throw. It's not a natural throwing motion, and he throws really hard. And we've seen that like in Major League Baseball, Trev, those guys that have those really awkward deliveries, but through like maximum velocity is what I was trying to find there. Then their arms kind of blow out pretty quick.
Yeah.
And that's a concern. Yeah, I buy that.
I buy that as well. Then Biso Hold, James Franklin
Real quick,
again.
just because somebody in the chat, it's not that he's not back to health now. Somebody in the chat said DJ's okay. I saw videos of him throwing. It's not about is he healthy now. The concern is this something that's going to keep happening? That's the concern. Him being healthy now doesn't ensure that in a month from now his shoulder doesn't give out again, or maybe things he does to overcompensate for the shoulder causes elbow issues. That's the concern. It's not that he's not okay now. Is he going to stay okay?
Yeah.
You have to be concerned. You have to think about, are there things we could do in the strength program to maybe build up certain areas around it? Is it something where we can maybe make a tweak to his throwing motion to take some of the pressure off of this? You have to be willing to look in the mirror and say, is there something we can do to try to prevent this from happening again? Sometimes the answer is no, you can't. There's nothing you can do. You just knock on wood and hope that it just one of them things. But the concern is not so much that he's not healthy now. The concern is more about, is this going to be a thing that continues rearing its ugly head? That's an issue. And no, I'm not talking about CJ Carr's elbow, because CJ Carr's elbow, from what I understand, we finally got some clarity on that after the season, that was caused by a hit. Like something happened where he hit somebody's arm and that popped up. It wasn't like tendonitis or anything like that. But even if it was tendonitis, that's something that I don't worry about flaring up. That's just overusage. You let it heal up, and then you're usually fine when it comes to like your elbow. So it's a different situation. Shoulder's much more concerning to me for a quarterback than elbow. In baseball, it's the elbow. And with quarterbacks, it's the shoulder. That's where I get more concerned.
Fair enough. Biso Hold, James Franklin once again showed he is a clown arguing with a fan. Yeah, I buy that. When you're that long of a head coach at one school and you let stuff like that get to you in a spring game, yeah, I mean, he is who we thought he was. And I'll leave it at that. I'm buying that.
I'm not going to call him a clown. I buy that he's showing once again that he needs to get his head on straight a little bit. Like, look, I'll be honest, Trev, I had a little bit of a tough time with this one initially, because a coach, you can't do that. like the guy for the was it the USFL or the whatever that other league that's playing right now is, the guy smacks the fan. I mean, you can't do that, man. At the same time, I'm really getting sick and tired of fans feeling like they can say and do whatever they want just because they paid $50 to go to a game or $100 to go to a game. Paying to go to a game does not give you the right to say any ignorant thing that comes out of your mouth with no consequences or repercussions. They don't. But at the same time, you're the head football coach of Penn State. You got to be above that. You know, like if you want something, hey, look, just bring a security officer. Hey, look, I need you to remove that guy. He's being abusive to my players. He's being abusive, whatever. He's saying inappropriate things. Have that person removed. You know, like that's fine. I don't know specifically what happened. What I've read is the guy called him a fraud. Like, seriously, that's what triggered you? Like, you got some anger issues you got to deal with, and that's what, like, if what he went off about is that, then I'm like, bro, you are also the problem. That fan's an idiot. You are as well, if that's what caused it. Now, if some guy makes if I'm James Franklin, some guy makes a racial comment towards me or one of my players, no, we're gonna have some words. You know what I mean? You think you can just say whatever you want with no consequences? No, sir. We're gonna have some conversation. You want to say something about my wife or my kids or something like that? No, sir. Why don't you bring yourself down here? You know what I mean? Like I'm look, this is gonna be very unpopular. There's too many people who think they can go around life without not worrying about getting their butt kicked. And if I get my butt kicked, I can just sue. I wish we could go back to where we men act like men, which means you cross the line, you're going to catch these hands real quick, and then you're going to dust yourself off and realize you can't act like that anymore, and then move on with your business. Like, that's where we need to be, because too many people know you can't do nothing to me, and if you do, I'm suing. I want to provoke this famous person to strike me so I can sue him and get some of his money, because I'm not talented enough. I'm not smart enough. I don't work hard enough to make his kind of money. So I'm going to tap into that. That happens too much, where, look, you come to me, you step to me incorrectly in an egregious manner, not like we bumped into each other on the sidewalk. That's not what I'm talking about. So you turn around and just beat the guy down. But you cross certain lines, you're about to get dealt with. You catch these hands, you act like a man, you grow up, you learn from it. But too many people think they can just say whatever they want. This ain't an example of that, though, Trev. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't that. Guy called you a fraud. Like, seriously, you don't think Marcus Freeman heard worse than that going off to the off the field after the Northern Illinois game? Come on, man. You don't think coaches get called worse than this constantly by their own fans and other fans? That's my issue with James Franklin. Like, you're not the victim here. You showed your immaturity by reacting to this fan's stupidity. Why are you calling a coach a fraud at a spring game? Like, seriously, dude? Like, get over yourself. But you need to get over yourself too, James Franklin, by acting the way that you did, because now it's a thing. And now this guy's getting his 5 minutes of fame because you gave it to him. So I'm kind of torn on this, man. I just think some people need to be punched in the face a little bit more, and having the fear of, hey, if I step this, right now it's like you say something to my wife, you do something to my wife, and I put these hands to you a little bit. Now you're going to sue me and I get arrested. Well, you had no business speaking. Why can't I defend my wife? You know what I mean? It's like, but people they have this thing of, you can't do anything to me now, because if you do, I'll have you arrested. Have you arrested, I ruin your career. So they can just do and say whatever they want. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's not one of we've progressed in a lot of good ways in society. That's not one of them. More people need to realize you can get your teeth knocked out if you cross certain lines. I think that's a healthy thing for society. Not silly stuff. Not you looked at my wife from across the room. Like, bro, you got some jealousy issues. You need to talk with a counselor about that. But you come up and you get in my wife's face, you put your hands on my wife, it's about to happen. Sorry. Hate to do it, but it's got to be done. That's more of what I'm referring to. But that's why people act like just absolute morons at football games. And I just think there should be more consequences to somebody acting like a complete moron. That's what I think. But this isn't that. Like, I got real indignant thinking about this, Trev, and then I went and found out what was said to him, and I'm like, Seriously? That's what you got mad at? Come on, dude. Come on, man. This ain't it. This ain't it. This is like somebody in chat. This was, you hurt my feelings. You don't get to punch somebody in the face because they hurt your feelings. You get to punch somebody in the face because they threaten you, they cross certain lines. This isn't that. This is, bro, you're soft. So I would say that James Franklin, once again, is showing he's soft by arguing with a fan, which is why he folds in the fourth quarter of big games. That's where I'm at. So I've gone through two completely different emotional reactions to this one, Trev. My initial reaction, because I'm just tired of fans thinking they can say and do whatever they want. And then it's like, okay, but that ain't it. You're just soft. That's where I came in on this one. So if you replace the word clown with soft, then I would buy that. You know, guy called you a fraud. Well, you just basically confirmed that he's right.
Fair enough. Buy, sell, hold. Transfer portal class rankings tell you almost nothing. In some cases, teams that only have to add a key piece or two, like Notre Dame this year and Ohio State last year, or teams that retain their rosters are the real winners, like Ohio State last year and Notre Dame this year again.
Trev, I buy the heck out of that. I mean, that's it's like the other rank. It's a volume award.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got 20 guys. Great. We only needed 8 if I'm looking at it, if I'm Notre Dame. We only needed 8. And really didn't even need 8. We just got a little extra something at D tackle because we just thought we could find a guy that maybe is a hidden gem. One of those guys is a kicker. It's not our fault you need to sign 20 guys in the – like Miami needed to go to the portal for a bunch of dudes. So, yeah, they're going to have a portal class ranked higher. So, yeah, they don't really tell you a whole lot. They tell you that – actually, you know what? I'm going to sell this. Here's what I'm going to sell this. What he's trying to say is correct, but I'm going to put a little spin on this one. It actually tells you a lot. It tells me who's panicking, who has the roster that's in the biggest amount of trouble. Right? I mean, name me a team that brings in 18, 20 guys that went out that next year and had a lot of success. There's only been, what, one? Indiana? And that coach brought in half of those guys were his guys he'd coached at a previous school. So in some ways, it tells you a lot. It tells you who has the biggest issues, who has the biggest concerns. Miami's got a lot more guys out of the portal. Why? They needed more guys out of the portal, a lot more guys, which tells you what? The health of their roster was not that great. It was not that great.
Buy, sell, hold.
Yeah. What say you, Trev? What are your thoughts on that one? Because I'm a little bit funky with it. You know, I sold it because of a different reason, but what's your take on it?
I buy it in the light that it tells you nothing of how good teams could be.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that say, oh, look at this transfer portal class. They're about to be nasty this year. It's like, well, Florida State brought in a lot of transfers at the start of 2024. They were nasty, but for different reasons, you know? And so when I look at this, I definitely agree with where you're coming from, but D-Troll, I think you hit the nail right on the head, man. There's too many people that put too much emphasis on rankings like that. I mean, you can even break it down to individual players. Malachi Fields was a huge get for Notre Dame, arguably the best wide receiver portal pickup in the offseason. But a lot of attention's going to Zachariah Branch going to Georgia because he went to Georgia, an overhyped team coming into this year. And Zachariah Branch is a big name. And so stuff like that always will grab more attention than the meaningful portal pickups. So that's where I'm at with that one.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. Colorado finishes under 500.
Let's pull up the old Colorado schedule, Trev, because I want to look at this. My gut reaction is going to be no. Because I know that they lost some players. There's no doubt they lost some players, but I do think Colorado returned some quality players for this season. But it's just the Big 12 is such a hard conference to predict, in my opinion. You look at their schedule this year, They start off with a quality game against Georgia Tech. We were asked about Colorado a while ago, and the first thing we talked about was that first game is going to be super telling.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that's what I think we mentioned last time was that first game was going to be super telling. If they can beat Georgia Tech, that tells me they're a pretty good football team, and I feel good about where they're going to be the rest of the year. But if they lose that football game, now all of a sudden at Houston becomes a challenge. BYU at home becomes a challenge. Iowa State at home becomes a challenge. Arizona State at home becomes a challenge. You got to play at TCU. You got to play at Utah. You got to play at West Virginia. You got to play at K-State. Their schedule is one of the tougher in the Big 12. They get the good news for them is they get their toughest opponents at home, and that makes those all more winnable games, and they could win all those games. The concern is that you still have some tough games on the road, and if you don't hold serve at home, you're in big trouble, big trouble. But I still think they're going to have a very talented group of pass catchers. I don't know what to make of their offensive line. It's Jordan Seaton and a bunch of new dudes. I don't know what it's going to look like. And they haven't put a good offensive line on the field just yet. They've got some decent talent at running back. They've got a talented, dynamic run-throw quarterback that I think can – the quarterback they have now, to me, is better suited to thrive behind that line when it struggles than the one they just had, because this kid can make some people miss and do some things as a design runner to maybe take some of that pressure off of them. And then the other thing I look at is defensively – They return some decent players. They've got some good guys coming in. How are they going to be able to, especially on the D line, how are they going to be able to perform on the perimeter is going to be a big question without Travis Hunter. And I think Shiloh Sanders is going to be a lot more easy to replace than Travis Hunter. Obviously, I was not a big Shiloh Sanders fan. I think if his dad wasn't the coach, there's a lot he wouldn't have started, in my opinion, on that team. He was a very, very average football player. So I think they're good enough to go be above 500. I think they beat Delaware. I think they beat Wyoming. Looking at I think they beat Arizona at home. Outside of that, Trev, they got to just go 3-3 against Georgia Tech at home, at Houston, BYU at home, at TCU, Iowa State at home, at Utah, at West Virginia, home against Arizona State, at K-State. They just got to win 3 of those games. They got to go 3-6 in those games to be 500. So I could see 500 potentially, but under 500, that's a big step back. And I don't think I've had some people say oh, Shador's overrated. I'm like, well, you can't say he was overrated and then come back and tell me Colorado's going to go off go from 9 wins to 5 wins. I'm not saying D. Trollhunter's saying this, but I've had people say this just because they lost Travis Hunter. He wasn't the difference between 5 wins and 9 wins. He was certainly a difference maker for them, but 5 versus 9. I think in some areas they have more talent this year than they had last year in certain areas. So I think they take a step back, but I don't know if they fall under 500. But I also am not going to pound the table and say you're nuts for thinking against that schedule they may fall down again. Because a team that relies on it's like what you were saying earlier, Trev, a team that relies that heavily on the portal is really hard team to evaluate the consistency that they're going to play with. It's hard to do that because last year they had a lot of portal guys last year, but they also had a lot of guys that were going into year 2 as portal guys. Shador, Travis Hunter, guys like that. A lot of the receivers, Jimmy Horn, a lot of their DBs were second-year portal guys, meaning they had been there in 2023. So I could see them falling back, but I tell you this, Trev, we're going to learn about Deion Sanders' coaching chops this year, especially, and no one's going to be able to well, he wrote his son and. We're going to find out a lot more, good or bad, kind of what they're going to be this season, in my view.
I'm going to buy this, not with a lot of conviction, but at this point, you guys know me. I'm a show me person. And it's not from Shador or Travis leaving, but in 2 years, Colorado still has not figured out how to run the football or stop the run. And I got to see them be able to do it. And they're going to get tested early going up against Jamal Haynes and Haynes King in week 1. That is going to be very telling. But even with the perimeter skill talent that they have, I like the young quarterback that they have coming in. But it's just I don't put a lot of faith in Colorado's ability to establish the line of scrimmage on either side of the football. Right. And that's a big concern for me because you're not going to have Shador or Travis to bail you out of some games late like they did in 2024. So that's going to be really interesting for me to see. But I say not with a lot of conviction because the Big 12 is kind of like the Wild West.
Yep.
It wouldn't shock me if Colorado ended 6-6 and then lost the bowl game to go under 500.
Yep.
finish 6-7, but it also wouldn't surprise me if they were an 8-win football team.
Right. That exactly. You hit the nail on the head. The only question too I have is, you obviously with Caden Salter's a very different quarterback than Juju Lewis.
Yeah.
And Pat Shurmur's a longtime NFL coach. Does he know how to build an offense around a guy like Caden Salter? He may. He recruited him. I mean, they went after him. But I need to see that. That's the other show me thing. Is that makes me a little bit nervous. If they had more of a pure college spread guy that had some experience with this type of player, I'd say, look, let's see how Caden Salter does in this offense.
Sure.
Because if you get the version of Caden Salter from 2 years ago, you got a pretty good football player. So, I
get that.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. This is the most exciting period of Notre Dame football since 1992. It's the most exciting period of Notre Dame football in my lifetime. I'll say that.
Of your older life, for sure. I'm curious, Trev, how you'd feel about this question if you were a little older during the 05-06 season. It's like, I know how, like, the season this year was much better than what the 05 season was. They lost 3 games. But between 05 to 06, man, there was so much hype around Notre Dame. I think they were preseason #1 on Sports Illustrated. Brady Quinn was just like everybody's, favorite college football player. Tom Zibikowski was a guy that everybody loved. Samardzija, Notre Dame. And the other thing, too, is Notre Dame fans were in a different era then, because now it's like Freeman took them over the top, but it's not like they had sucked the previous 5 years. Whereas when Charlie Weiss came in 05, like, Notre Dame literally hadn't been good and, like, really good in like a decade. Because the 02 team won 10 games, but it ended in such a disastrous fashion that you realize they weren't as good as we thought they were. And had ugly wins, but and it was also an exciting offense. They'd never had an offense like that. They had record-setting quarterback, record-setting receivers. You had this excitement about the team with Charlie, and he was recruiting really well. And there, I think that I would probably buy this, but I'd have to really think back to that 05-06 season. Now, it came crashing down at the very beginning of the 06 season. The Georgia Tech win was a little like, that's concerning. And then I think it was a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, Michigan just beat the ever-living snot out of them. And it was like, okay, this is a problem. And they never truly recovered from that. Brady was able to kind of mask some of the woes. It was 2 weeks later, because actually the Penn State game actually in between made you feel like, okay, Georgia Tech game, blip in the radar. They just whooped Penn State. Yeah. Paul Pleasant-Usley and that group of guys. Then it was the next week where you got real nervous, like, this year's gonna be tough. And then a week later, they have to have the huge comeback to beat Michigan State, where they fall behind like 31-14, and Brady's got to have that huge comeback in the rain. You had an ugly win over Purdue, an ugly win over Stanford. You won convincingly, but they weren't playing well. Then you have the comeback against UCLA, where you're just like, this team's not nearly as good as last year's team. And the shine was off a little bit. And then, of course, the final nail in the coffin was the way that the season ended. USC blows you out, LSU blows you out, and you realize this isn't what we hoped it was. It came crashing down really hard. But that period in between those two seasons, on my record, and some of y'all that are a little bit older, I'd be curious what your guys' opinion was. Like, does the hype that you're feeling now, does it at all resemble how you felt in between the 05-06 seasons? Because you had Brady coming back. You had Samardzija coming back. Raymond was coming back from an injury. Abi Amiri was coming back. Mo Crum was coming back. Like, you had a lot. Darius Walker was coming back. You lost Anthony Fasano, but John Carlson was ready to step in and be a stud, and he was that year. Like, I just remember being super, super hyped about the direction of the program back in 05. I do. And it went away real quick in 06. But we don't know how the following year is going to be yet for this team. So I'm curious how other people feel about that. And can we really separate the entirety of the Charlie Weiss era, can we truly separate that and remember just how we felt before that season? That's what I'm trying to do, Trev.
Sure.
And I remember feeling like, dude, this is going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. And then, of course, the next year, kind of the wheels fell off a little bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think when I look back at the differences from that rise to now, is it was almost kind of like the rise was so sudden from 04 to 05. I mean, it was just, like that. The team went from being, they're Notre Dame, meh, to like, this team could win a national championship at some point. Especially, I know they lost, but the game against USC really put that 05 team on the map. But then I go back and I start thinking about, okay, the start of the Freeman era to now, it's been a gradual rise of, 2022, there were some things that they had to work out. I don't think anybody was screaming from the rooftops that this team was going to compete for a national championship in 2022. And then 2023, you have the exciting Sam Hartman, get in the portal. But as the season started to unfold, this team had a little bit more holes than what you thought it might have had.
Yeah.
First year offensive coordinator. And then last year, they put it all together, go on a title run. They fall short in the national title game. And now this season, they return the bulk of that production. So I think just the rises are different.
Yeah.
This one has been a little bit more gradual and building and building and building. So I could see, your point,
that's a great point. And people forget, somebody just said Notre Dame's recruiting different. No, sir. Because Jimmy Clausen committed to Notre Dame before the 2006 season. So they had landed Sam Young, who one of the services had Sam Young as like the number 2 player in the country. Like he was getting Will Black rankings. Duval Kamara was considered a top 50 recruit.
Mm-hmm.
Golden Tate was considered a top 100 recruit by ESPN. Jimmy Clausen was the LeBron James of college football, of high school football. He committed to them in April before the 2006 season. So at the time, recruiting was actually on fire at Notre Dame. So they were actually recruiting at an exceptionally high level. They got their CJ Carr plus some before the 06 season. So that's reminders. Like at the time, that Charlie was recruiting really well at the time. I mean, the 08 class he had that they signed after the 3-9 year ranked 3rd according to Rivals. Like they had like multiple 5-stars. Michael Floyd was a 5-star. Kyle Rudolph was a 5-star. Ethan Johnson was a 5-star. Like Dane Chris was a 5-star. Like they were recruiting at an exceptionally high level early in his tenure. Even his last class had Manti, Zach Martin, like Harrison Smith was in the 07 class also. He was also someone that committed to Notre Dame like during the 2006 season. So they were actually recruiting at an exceptionally high level back then. And with all due respect to the recruiting now, they hadn't signed a Jimmy Clausen at that time. So it was a very interesting time. But I think that's a great point, Trev. I think the suddenness of it, and it was such a unique type of season compared to what we'd seen in the past, that especially because the offense boom that we saw in 05. That's a good point. And boy, did it come crashing down in 06, boy. Man, it came crashing down hard. Really, really hard.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold again from Domer Grizz. The quarterback competition will be won over the summer. Interpret that however you like.
Yeah, I'm going to sell that. I think the heavy lifting will be done during summer. I kind of think I like where he's going with this, but I still think that first week of fall camp, you're going to get either get the confirmation that who you think is going to win it is going to win it, or it's like, this is actually going to be a much bigger battle than we think. So I'm going to sell that, but I'm not selling it with a lot of like, no, dude, you're way off here. I get where your head's at on this one, and I actually agree with the premise, but I still think that first week of fall camp is going to be really important for that player to cement himself once the pad comes on. Can you carry that in? I think the team needs that as well.
Yep. We see that the same. I'm going to sell it as well, solely because the pads won't be on until the first week of fall camp. That to me is literally the only reason why I'm selling it. So I'm with you there, Brian.
It is funny to see some of the revisionist history that we have as fans when we look back at Charlie Weiss's tenure. Like you get a comment about, well, the problem with Weiss is that they didn't recruit defense well. Not accurate. Again, what did they sign in his first full class? A top 50 corner in Darren Walls, a top 100 corner in Rayshawn McNeil. They signed 5-star Ethan Johnson. They signed 5-star Manti Te'o. Like they signed Harrison Smith. Like the problem is they didn't develop defense, and there was a couple positions on defense they didn't recruit very well. But like you go back and look at some of the DBs that Charlie Weiss recruited in his tenure, Gary Gray, like Robert Blanton, Jamore Slaughter, Ethan Johnson, like I said, was a 5-star player coming out of high school. Sean Swinar was a highly ranked player coming out of high school. Manti was a 5-star player. Like they just he didn't know how to build thove guys up. That they didn't know how to coach. But y'all can say all you want. Charlie Weiss recruited like a champ, which I've always pushed back on, and I've been consistent about this. I've always said Brian Kelly inherited a better football roster than Marcus Freeman inherited from Brian Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
Brian Kelly inherited a much worse overall football operation. You know, facilities were behind, pay was behind, and he had a lot to make up there that Marcus Freeman didn't necessarily have to make up as much ground with, other than he had to go find a chef, because that's the real reason that Notre Dame's been successful, because they now have a chef on staff. But just roster-wise, Brian Kelly inherited 2 guys that are going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame and a linebacker that was the most decorated defensive player in Notre Dame history. He also inherited the player who was your all-time leading receiver. Inherited all of that. And that doesn't include Tyler Eifert, Zach Martin. It actually includes Zach Martin. He inherited much of the roster from 2012 was recruited by the previous staff. And Lewis Nix, for example, committed to Notre Dame. They didn't even have a head coach yet when Lewis Nix committed. So they definitely underachieved on defense, but it was not the lack of talent that people make it out to be. It was a lack of development. It's a pure lack of development.
Yep.
And but like that was an exciting time because like recruiting rankings were high. They were getting 5 stars. Like I'm gonna go to their 08 class, Trev, because like their 07 and 08 classes, because I don't think people really quite remember how loaded those classes were based on some of the comments that I'm seeing from folks. But like that class, I mean, Jimmy Clausen again was the number 1 player in the country in the 07 class. Number 1 player in the country. And Notre Dame had the number 4 ranked class. Duval Kamara was the number 34. We keep whining about, rightfully so, about not getting big-time receivers. Well, they signed the number 34 player in the country. Armando Allen was the number 52 player in the country. Matt Romine was number 55. Robert Hughes was number 77. Gary Gray was 83. They had 7 top 100 players in that 07 recruiting class. Most of them committed either before or during the season. So Jimmy committed before the season. Duval committed before this. So before the 06 season happened, you had Jimmy Clausen in the class. You had Duval in the class. You had Armando Allen he committed afterwards. You had, let's see here, Matt Romine committed on signing day. You had Gary Gray committed during the season. Mike Ragone committed before the season. So like you had some big time players in that class. And a big chunk of your top players committed before the season started. So, like I said, Kerry Neal was committed. He was a 5-star by ESPN. So you had some big-time players that had committed to you before all of that fell apart. Golden Tate committed to you in December of that year. But, like, that 07 recruiting class had Jimmy Clausen, Armando Allen, Robert Hughes, Duval Kamara. That's 4 top 100 players. And Golden Tate, who was ranked as a top 25 player by ESPN. Think about that offensive class. Jimmy Clausen, Armando Allen, Robert Hughes, Duval Kamara, Golden Tate, Mike Ragone. And then on defense, you have some issues, but you had Ian Williams, Kerry Neal, Gary Gray, Harrison Smith was in that class. And then Notre Dame's 2008 class had 3 5-stars in it. All were ranked, like, obviously as top 30 players. So, look, man,
recruit,
man. I mean, if Marcus Freeman was having the kind of classes that that like from a recruiting ranking. Now I think Marcus Freeman's recruiting is better than Charlie was then, because then you look in the O-line class wasn't that good. The linebacker haul was just kind of okay. There was always like positions missing. He was like a better version of Brian Kelly. He could get the elite players, but then they'd have all these holes, and it was a different position every year. Sometimes it's O-line, sometimes it's linebacker, sometimes it'd be, another position. But he couldn't. The problem is he just couldn't take the players in and build them up the way he needed to. But recruiting back then was going like gangbusters back then. And the 07 class, Trev, that I just mentioned wasn't even their best class, because they ranked number 3 the next year. So he had back-to-back top 5 classes at Notre Dame. So no, he was not recruiting better, than Brian Kelly's or Marcus Freeman's not recruiting better from a fan perspective than what they were back then. So, he couldn't coach them up. That was the problem. Couldn't coach them up, and didn't know how to build a roster.
Yeah. We always talk about taking this coaching staff and putting it on the 2015 team. What if you take this coaching staff from a development standpoint and put it from that 07 to 09 stretch with that?
Or from 05 to 09. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah. It'd be fun. That'd be fun.
Biso hold from Aiden Benami. If Franklin threw the ball to Tyler Warren 5 more times against Notre Dame, they would have won.
So, I mean, didn't they were kind of had a read on that. I mean, you had the phantom PI call. That was a pass to Tyler Warren. That should not have been called. Notre Dame had a pretty good idea where the ball was going, and that's partly why they were able to kind of slow that offense down for a little while. So, no, I think if they would have thrown the ball to him 5 more times, Notre Dame was about to get another pick. So they were starting to kind of, they had a read on it. They had figured it out, and they were starting to shut it down. So I'm going to sell that.
Then Biso hold, Coach Freeman would go after a fan and get him kicked out if he was called a fraud.
Sell. Obviously sell. Marcus Freeman has been called much worse than that. I can assure you of that. He's just not a mental midget. So that's really what it comes down to. I mean, you could see the difference in the class of the two coaches in the press conference before the Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
One guy was trying to talk tough and intimidate with words. The other guy was about the action. And you could just see Marcus Freeman's body language, like, who does this guy think he is? Okay. All right. You want to run your mouth here? Okay. You can win the press conference. I'm just going to go ahead and win this football game. Like, you could see the difference. One guy likes to use his mouth to make an impression. Marcus Freeman likes to use how his football team plays to tell his story. So yeah. I love the sarcasm that's oozing through Iden's question. Like, you can tell Iden's like, this is a submission where he doesn't actually think that. That's just a chance to take a shot at James Franklin. I appreciate the manner in which you used your submission to do that, Iden. Very well done. Yeah.
Yep. I'm with that. Biso hold. You wouldn't care if you left an official visit and everyone crystal balled you the next day unless you told them it was okay to do that.
So I'd be ticked about that. Yeah, if I didn't tell them it was okay to do that and they just started doing it, I'd be annoyed by that. Like, this is my one moment to kind of do this. That's how I look at it. And it's like, how about you let me be the one to get that out there? So no, I wouldn't be okay with that.
I'm with you. Biso hold, Logan Thomas has to put on a lot more weight to play defensive end.
I'm hesitant with the phrase "a lot." I think Logan Thomas is bigger than 213. I think there were some reasons why he was I think he's closer to the 220 something. He's got to put on weight, but I don't know that he's got to put on a lot of weight. Like, I think he has to get to 250. But he definitely has to put on weight. So I'll buy the spirit of the question. I'm a little bit hesitant on the a lot part. For college football, different for the NFL, but for college football, if you can't find a role for a 230-pound Logan Thomas with that athleticism, then you're not a very good football coach.
Yeah, I buy that he has to put on more weight. I don't know about a lot, but based on what the roster says, Malachi Fields is bigger than Logan Thomas right now. So definitely more weight.
Sure. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Kedron Young and Aeneas Williams will be an unreal two-headed monster, and the Notre Dame running back room won't skip a beat after Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price leave.
I'm going to buy this again for the spirit of the question. It may not be those two. I mean, Nolan James is going to have a say in that. If I was about to say, if they're able to sign a top running back in the 2026 class, he may have a say in that about who specifically is the 1-2. But they will have a dynamic 1-2 punch at running back in 2026, and no, they won't skip a beat. And that's not an insult to Jeremiah Love and Jadarian. It's exactly what we said when Audric left, and he was a phenomenal back in 23. But we said last year they're going to be just fine. That doesn't mean that Audric wasn't a heck of a player. It just means this is what great programs do. You lose a stud, you replace him with another stud. Doesn't mean that guy wasn't good. It just means you're still going to be okay. And that's what Notre Dame is building. So as long as all those guys stay and come back, then I absolutely buy the spirit of the question. I don't think it's a given that that's going to be the 1-2 punch, but it wouldn't shock me if it was either. And yes, they'll be fine. They'll be different. Kedron's a lot different than Jeremiah, but they'll still be really good and be a dynamic 1-2 punch. Absolutely.
That's how I was going to answer this. I buy it with a little bit of like an asterisk above it because Aeneas or Kedron they don't have the wheels that Jeremiah Love or JD Price have. I don't see either of them hurdling people, but it's just going to look different.
Kedron's going to run through you.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to hurdle over you.
Exactly. So
yeah,
it'll look different, but it'll still be they will look closer to the 2022 running back duo than they will the 2025 running back duo. I'm not talking from a number standpoint, but I'm talking about from their playing style, I think.
They will look like what the 21 room should have looked like, because I still felt like not playing Audric that year and giving him a red shirt was a waste. And they didn't play Logan until injury stepped in. You should have seen a little bit of Kyron and Audric in 2021. That's what I think we should have seen. You're right about what we saw. I'm just saying, like, we should have seen that. I've never understood redshirting running backs unless you're trying to get space between some young players and the guys on board with it, like Kedron last year. Yeah. I get that, because you're trying to get some separation between him and Jeremiah, because otherwise they're a year apart. Now they're 2 years apart eligibility-wise. So it's rare that I'm a big fan of that. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from BJM and 41. Steve Angeli will throw for more yards at Syracuse, but CJ Carr will throw for more touchdowns in 2025.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to think about that one, Trev, because I'm leaning towards selling it, because I think Steve Angeli could do both more than CJ Carr, just because of the nature of the offense that he plays in. Potentially, if CJ Carr plays in a lot of games, that could be the case. But I mean, Syracuse last year passed for 4,800 yards in 13 games, and Notre Dame passed for 3,100 yards in 16 games. I don't think Steve Angeli's as good as Kyle McCord, but the nature of the offense is that they're going to throw the ball a ton, and that's going to be a big part. I mean, they attempted – this is kind of a crazy number. They attempted 598 passes last year. That's 36 more than the next highest team. Like, you throw enough passes, you're going to get enough yards.
And Syracuse only played 13 games last year, right?
Right, 13 games. That's right.
46 times a game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of games. Yeah, and they had 2 games over 60 attempts. Threw for 63 against UNLV, 64 against Pitt, 46 against – you threw 40 times against Ohio. They're also going to be in a lot more games than Notre Dame is going to be in. Steve Angeli's going to play a lot more snaps, in my opinion, in a 12 to 13 game season. So I could see the touchdown one. If they play enough games, I could see the touchdown one maybe being accurate. But I think Steve will probably have more in both areas just because of the nature of that offense they play in. Where I will say is CJ Carr will have a significantly higher yards per attempt average. That's where you evaluate the effectiveness of the two. Because last year, as good as Kyle McCord was, Trev, he averaged 8.1 yards per attempt.
Mm.
So they threw the ball a ton. A ton.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to answer this question. On paper, I agree with everything that you said. Steve Angeli's walking into an interesting situation because Ricky Collins is still at Syracuse, and he was named the starter coming out of spring. They lost a lot of their
portal.
And he's walking into a situation where the offensive weapons are significantly not as proven as what they were a season ago, especially with Trevor Pena.
It's a good way of saying that, yeah.
Walking into or deciding to enter the portal. So on paper, I agree. The style of what Syracuse has to do, I don't think CJ Carr is going to be playing in as many fourth quarters is what Steve Angeli will be playing in 2025. So from that logic, I would buy it. But then Steve went to a school where he already comes in having to battle out somebody else again.
Yeah. So you're saying you're not disagreeing with the notion that a Syracuse quarterback, you're pushing back that it would be Steve specifically. That's interesting.
On the other hand, I don't know if Steve would make the decision to go somewhere where he wasn't going to play, or else he would have just stayed at Notre Dame. So I don't know. That's why I say I don't know how to answer this question. Big picture, I think the Syracuse quarterback will pass for more yards than CJ Carr for a bunch of different reasons. I just don't know if that's Steve.
Interesting. I like that. I'm going to do the next one because I want to get your thoughts on this one, Trev. Bisa Holt from B Jammin, Benjamin Morrison or Jack Kaiser or Xavier Watts will make an all-rookie team.
I'm going to, since you said or, I'm going to buy this. But the person I think that's going to do it is Jack Kaiser because of his impact of what it can be immediately on special teams. Xavier has a person in front of him in the safety room. I love the idea, as of right now, listed on the depth chart. That could very well change after they go through OTAs and training camp. But Ben Morrison, he's coming back off of an injury. I mean, he hasn't played football since last, October? Jack Kaiser's the most experienced of that group. Not by much over Xavier, but he is the most experienced of that group. And I think he's going to be an impact special teams player. But again, it would not surprise me if BMO or Xavier did. But I think as of today, the leading candidate for that would be Jack Kaiser. But I say all that to say I do buy this.
I buy it. I think one of the two DBs will be all rookie team, if not both.
By so hold, Riley Leonard will have a longer career in the NFL than Shedeur Sanders.
I'm going to buy that.
Me too.
I don't know that Shedeur and Dion have the self-awareness or the ability to take a learning lesson from this. There's nothing about them that makes me say they're going to be humbled by what happened to him this past weekend. And I could see him getting into acting, or if things aren't going his way, just saying, screw this. I don't really love football anyway, and I'm going to go rap, or I'm going to go do this, or I'm going to go do that. It's like when Snoop's kid was a pretty good football player coming out of high school, went to UCLA and quit after a year to get into the rap game. And from what I understand, he was very good at it. It's just like, like at that as well. And I just don't think he had that. Why should I go play football when I also love this, and then I don't have to get my head pounded in when doing all this over here? You know what I mean? So I could see that with him. I buy that.
Yeah.
I don't think either one of them right now I view as starters in the NFL right now.
No, I buy that. I don't. I think Riley Leonard is more willing to accept his role as a backup than Shedeur Sanders. And that's kind of where it differs for me. I mean, fact of the matter is Shedeur Sanders went to a team that already drafted a quarterback ahead of him in Dylan Gabriel. And so I don't know how likely Shedeur is to be okay going to another team to probably still be a backup quarterback. So that's where I'm at with that one. Buy, sell, hold. If you were able to take one player off the 1988 national championship team and put it on the 2025 team, it would be defensive tackle Chris Zorich, and there wouldn't be a close second.
Well, that's a hard sell. Very hard sell. I love Chris Zorich, and I'm not even opposed to you. I mean, I would even consider buying it because I think Chris Zorich could add a lot of value. He was a heck of a football player. But you lost me with there's not a close second because Chris Zorich isn't even my number one. But if I was going to say, okay, I'll take him, I'm definitely not going with the mine's easy, Trev. I mean, it's freaking Rocket Ismail. Could you, on this team, not last year's team, but this team especially, like Rocket Ismail would be unbelievable on this team.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get jets. He's going to get reverses. He's going to get screens. He's going to get downfield shots. He's going to get crossers, overs, ISOs. I mean, and then, oh, by the way, your kick return, punt return situation has just been figured out. And I could argue that if they had a Rocket Ismail type player on this 2025 team, they would kick to him early in the year. He would take it back to the house, and then they would never give Notre Dame another chance to return the kick all year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. If you'd have said it would be Rocket Ismail and there wouldn't be a close second, I might consider buying that. But even then, like, dude, Ricky Waters, Todd Light, you know what I mean? Like, with all due respect, you'd be bringing in a corner that would be your best corner. If you got the modern day version of Todd Light, I mean, it is Benjamin Morrison. I mean, it is Leonard Moore with a little more experience, you know? So, yeah, I mean, I love the linebackers. Michael Stonebreaker was a dude. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're talking about question marks at offensive tackle. I mean, you don't think Andy Heck, who was a first-round draft pick in 1989, might not be able to help this team out a little bit? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, here's the crazy part. I'd take this running back room over that one, which says a lot. That team had like multiple NFL. They were so loaded at running back that Ricky Waters played wide receiver. And Tony Fisher would have been an NFL player if not for just certain issues that didn't have anything to do with you know, his talent. But yeah, man, that team was loaded. That team was really loaded. So yeah, but your number 4 rusher that year was Rodney Culver. The late Rodney Culver was your number 4 leading rusher at running back on that team. And Rodney Culver was a 4th round draft pick. He was your 4th running back.
Yeah.
So you were pretty loaded. There's some dudes that could play on this team. There's no doubt about that. But it's not a ton, no, Trev. I mean, this team is pretty loaded as well. But with all due respect to Chris Zorich, who I loved as a player as when I was a kid. I've never met him, but like loved Chris Zorich as a player. It's Rocket, dude. It's Rocket. I mean, it just is. I'd love to watch him in this like 4.28. Could you imagine adding a 4.28 athlete onto this team? And that's assuming like that's what Notre Dame said he ran when he was a freshman. Like, dude.
Yeah, Rocket's the choice here. Yeah. Yeah.
I still get giddy like a little kid when I start thinking about Rocket's career, like at Notre Dame, dude. I still do. So, hey, Coach Benson.
I was just about to say.
Hey, after what we saw in the spring,
man.
I'd have to consider Reggie Home, man. I'm not going to lie to you. NY List said Rocket was so fast he could play tennis by himself. I love it. Technically, any of us could play tennis by ourselves if we hit it high enough, but I get the point he's trying to say. That's awesome.
I would have to
That's
hit
awesome.
the ball pretty darn high to play tennis by myself, dude.
Stay by the edges, hit it high. But no, Rocket, it'd be Rocket. Could you imagine an offense where Jeremiah Love isn't even close to being your most explosive player? And yeah, Love's fast, but I mean, you got that over there.
Yeah.
Kidding me?
Yeah.
I think about this, folks. It was 4.28 in the 80s. Imagine what it would be now with today's training and modern medicine and nutrition and all the things we know now. Whew.
And not wearing shoulder pads the size of an entertainment center.
That's right. That's right. Oh, my goodness.
That is some of my favorite things when I go back and watch old football games.
Todd Light has pads bigger than what Charles Jagasol would wear right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Sean McCardle. Of all the players Brian heard were looking to jump into the portal, more than one decided to stay because he found the interest/NIL from other teams was less than anticipated or hoped for.
Sell was not more than one. I think one for sure found that the interest wasn't there. But the rest, it was more so about wanting to be part of this. Several guys I know for a fact, well, I should know for a fact. Several guys I was told actually turned down more money to stay. Notre Dame made it close enough, but they didn't stay just because of the money. They stole because this team knows how good it can be next year.
Yeah.
There's a level of buy-in that has me like, okay, this could be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody just brought it up. I still love this. Bo Schembechler coached at Michigan for a long time. His last year, I believe, was 1989. Coached there since the 60s. He and from what it's reported, he had never allowed, in all his years, had never allowed a team to return a kick for a touchdown against him. Rocket did it twice in one game. Like, that dude was ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a crazy stat. Buy, sell, hold from Riker Ferg. The NFL will put in new policies to prevent unauthorized people to have access to people's phone numbers.
Buy. I mean, I hope so. Because from what we're hearing now, was pretty prominent in this year's draft. Abdul Carter had it happen to him. Tyler Warren had it happen to him. Like, what is going on right now? First of all, how big of a loser do you have to be to do that?
Mm-hmm.
To try to prank someone like, oh, he's just a kid. He's in college. I'm sorry, he's not a kid anymore. But yeah, it's not a good look for the NFL at all. I'm curious if it just was all from the same person or if this is a bit of a bigger problem. But yeah. They need to do something about it. I think the fine is going to be something that encourages people to say, hey, that coach got to find $100,000. That's not exactly chump change for an assistant coach. If you're making $1 million a year, that's 10% of your salary, pre-tax salary that you got taken away from you because your kid's an idiot and you were not, you allowed it to a situation where he could kind of get that information. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Not a good look. I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold again from Riker Ferg. In the latest episode of Thank You, Sir, I Want Some More, Arkansas Collective wants $200,000 back from Madden Iamalia. Ooh, I'm not even going to try it. From Madden. Would you buy, sell, hold that there will be a lot of lawsuits in the coming years from today to the end of the 2020 decade when it comes what's in writing and what are the guardrails put in? I'm looking at you, Tennessee.
Buy. I don't think this, especially if Arkansas gets that money back, you're going to see more teams do that for situations like this.
Yeah.
Where a kid shows up, because we had this happen several times in college football this year where you saw a guy show up in December or in January for the spring semester and then leave at the end of that first semester to go somewhere else. If I paid you money, I'm expecting that back.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you're also going to start seeing, because of not just Madden's situation, but just how prominent this was in college football, to see guys leaving after spending just one semester, you're going to start seeing some language put in these contracts that says basically that they're going to be more buyouts. Now, a lot of schools haven't been enforcing the buyout language that is there for certain reasons. Like, you don't want to be that school because, hey, I'm not going to go there because if I leave, they're going to make me give this money back. But I think now that, like, if Tennessee's or if Arkansas is able to kind of win this one and get that money back, I think you will see some more schools start to promote it and enforce it and try to get that money back. Absolutely. Some of these deals you can't get it back because what you did was illegal.
Mm-hmm.
In Arkansas's case, we had a signed contract. You had to do this, this, and this. And if you left, you had to pay this. It's in the contract. Boom, give it back. And I do think you're going to see more of that. I don't know if it's going to be a lot, but it's definitely going to be noticed.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, there's teams on Notre Dame's schedule that has had that happen to him. Micah Hudson transferred to Texas A&M in the winter, and he already left to go back to Texas Tech. I mean, Ryan Brown, the quarterback.
He never even made it to the spring, Trev. He was kicked off the team before he even freaking got to the spring.
Yep. Ryan Brown, the quarterback at Purdue, transferred to North Carolina and then went back to Purdue.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yep.
There's a lot of that. Buy, sell, hold from Jay Fish. CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie will throw for more than 2,884 yards and 21 touchdowns, as well as average more than 8.6 yards per attempt.
I'm gonna buy all three. The only one that I was having a little bit of a hold up on was the yards per attempt. 8.6 is decent. It's pretty decent for a first year guy. 8.6 ranks 12th in the country last year. That's a pretty good number. So I'm gonna still buy it because, like, Trev, I'm going through breaking down all the games again, making sure I'm getting stuff correct, and then I'm gonna do some postseason, analysis and videos and all that stuff. But I want to get the games broken down again. And so I'm watching a play against Texas A&M where they ran burst corner out cut to the field. So it's like basically an inverted smash. Outside guy runs a burst corner. Inside guy runs a little speed out, a short speed out slide route. And then to the field, you've got I think it was an over route by Jaden Greathouse and then a backside dig by Chris Mitchell. Bo Collins comes wide open for what would have been a touchdown. And Chris Mitchell's open by several yards on a backside dig route. Catches it, gets tackled for 14-yard gain. And if he makes one guy miss, he scores. And the ball gets thrown into the ground. There were way too many instances of that happening last year, especially early in the season, to where if you just hit those throws, Riley's season looks way different.
Yeah.
And eventually he started hitting more of those, but eventually Mike Denbrock just stopped calling some of that stuff because it's just like, okay, he's just not going to hit that route. And those things will be more prominent under CJ or Kenny this year. So, yeah, especially if you're talking about more than 13 games. But even in a regular season, it wouldn't. Like, two of those three, the 28-84 is the one that I'm not quite sure of in the regular season. But if you look at he didn't say regular season. It's just, for the whole year. I'm certainly, most confident in the touchdown number. Second most confidence is probably yards. Third, the yards per attempt. As far as an entire season, meaning 13, 14, 15 games. That's how I view it. What say you, Trev?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I am definitely buying all three of these if it's the season in its entirety. I am holding it if it's just the regular season, especially the yards. He put in the chat that these are Deshaun Kaiser's numbers from 2015.
When Deshaun didn't play the first game of the season either.
Mm-hmm.
And so he only played 12 games.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's interesting because they don't have the Will Fuller deep threat that they had in 2015.
Right.
Well, they have the speed. They have the deep threats on this team, but I don't know how involved they're going to be in the offense.
Yeah, they're not that. The other difference, too, that you have to consider when you're comparing what Deshaun Kaiser did in 2015 to the numbers that they'll put up this year, as we mentioned, Deshaun Kaiser only played in basically 12 games. He threw one pass against Texas, 1-0 for 1, and then only played half the game against Virginia. He threw for 92 yards in that game. If you take Deshaun Kaiser's numbers that season and you take the 28-84, you subtract the 92 yards, and then you divide it by 10 games and then go through 12 regular season games, if he'd have had the same production that he had all season in in just 12 regular season games. So you take out the game only played a half, and then you take out the Texas game where he didn't play at all, only threw one attempt. And you look at what he did, he'd have thrown for 3,300 yards. So you need a little bit of context there. I mean, he had 321 against Clemson. He had 299 against Temple, 281 against Navy, 262 against Pitt, 5 touchdowns, 324 against BC, 284 against Ohio State. So, yeah, it's a little bit different. So to compare it to Fuller, they won't necessarily have the yards per catch as a unit that group had, but he's going to be more efficient than what Deshaun was in 2000 and that year. Deshaun was around 63% overall. I think he'll be at least 2 to 3% higher this year in completion rate. I mean, if Riley Leonard last year was at 66% completion rate, right? 66.7. Mm-hmm. I have no reason to believe CJ or Kenny won't be at least 65. At least 65, if not even a skosh higher. Part of the reason CJ was at 66.7 was they threw a lot more quick game last year and screen game than they would have with a different quarterback. But it balances, Trev. That more efficient type of offense is balanced with the big play nature of the previous unit. So, like, you look at the 2015 team, Trev, and you look at that Deshaun Kaiser, like his stat line against Stanford. He had 234. He averaged 9.4 yards per attempt against Stanford, but he completed like 13 of 25. He completed 52% of his passes. Well, how was he able to average because he threw a 70-something yard touchdown bomb to Will Fuller? You know what I mean? And that's going to kind of pad a third of his yards came on that one long touchdown pass. So, yeah.
The other factor too is, like we said earlier, I don't know how many fourth quarter CJ Carrs is going to be playing in this season. That's also going to take away from some production. Also, one of Deshaun Kaiser's touchdowns of that 21 was on a trick play in the Virginia game. So he was the holder on field goal. And
to Deshaun Kaiser. That's right. Or not Deshaun Kaiser, to Durham Smythe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, forgot about that one because he threw 2 touchdowns in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And the only one that he threw as the starter, because when they scored the play after he came in, they had a running play to CJ Prosise that went for a touchdown to make it 26-14. They only scored one more time, and that was the bomb to Will Fuller. It's a good point. It's a really good point. Yeah.
A lot of varying factors. That room also didn't have Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and Keedron Young and Aeneas Williams and Jabron Payne.
Yeah, because you had CJ Prosise, Josh Adams, and Dexter Williams. That's it. Because Torian got hurt third carry of the season. Mm-hmm. So it was CJ Prosise, a converted receiver, and then 2 true freshmen.
Yep.
Yeah. But they still ran the ball a lot that year because Deshaun ran the ball a lot more than what I think you're going to see from this year's quarterbacks.
Yep.
So that year Deshaun ran for 200 or 520 yards. And then Malik in a short period of time, Malik ran for let's see here. Let's find his rushing numbers for Malik because I know I think he went over 100 against Virginia. Yeah, he had 103 in 2 games. He went for 87 against Virginia. So you had 623 yards rushing from your quarterbacks. You're not going to get that from this year. But then CJ went for over 1,000, and then Josh Adams went for over 800. He set a freshman rushing record. So that team could run the ball pretty well also. Had a pretty darn good offensive line. I'll say that. That helps when you got Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey, Steve Elmer, and Nick Martin as your starting offensive line. That's a pretty good deal. But
it's decent.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Buy, sell, hold again from Jay Fish. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price average 7 or more yards per carry.
Man, that's a tough one for both of them. And the reason I say that's tough is because with Jadarian, you're going to have an interesting dynamic because when you don't have as many carries, you're more prone. This is where people miss the boat a little bit on Jadarian Price. Like, does Jadarian need to be more efficient with his decision-making? Yes, he does. We've talked about that. It's okay to say that. But then also admit that what you all have to understand is when you only get 5 carries, you're going to be more of a victim to the boomer bust because you don't have as many opportunities to have the big plays or the middle-of-the-road plays of 12 to 15. So there are games where Jeremiah Love could come out, get -2, +2, gain of 0, and then 1 of 9, and then 1 of 60. And like, boomer bust. Well, how do you know that? But then after that, he had a 13, and he had a 14, and then another -2, and then that's just the nature of it when you don't get as many carries, which can mean that you can be over 7 a carry, or B, you have some bad luck where you have that one game where you only had 4 carries and one of them went for -5 because your right guard thought you were running counter and you were running zone to the right. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a made up example that happened to him in the Penn State game. So that's part of it too. But I think they'll both be close. I'm going to sell that they both go over because that's an amazing statistic.
Yeah.
Like, that's an amazing statistic. And Jeremiah wasn't that far from it this past season. I mean, he was at 6.9. He's got to get 0.1 better. And then Jadarian's got to get, I think, 0.8 better. He was at 6.2. I expect the offensive line to be even better run blocking this year, but that's a big ask.
Yeah.
That's a big ask. So I'm going to say they both get close. Like, if you were to say set the over-under for where the Notre Dame running backs are going to both be able to get to, I'd say I'd probably set it, like, if I'm trying to create action on both sides, I'd probably set it at 6.7.5. They both have to get over that. I think you could both get to around 6.8, but even that's like a little bit like, because when you don't have as many carries, that one bad game where you had 5 carries for 3 yards because your line wasn't blocked for, and that one drive is going to kind of really bring you down.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at on that one.
I like that. Buy, sell, hold in 12 plus 1 games. So in 13 games, 2 Notre Dame receivers match Malachi Fields' production from last season.
So to match Malachi's production from last season, a player would have to be 55 catches for 808 yards and 5 touchdowns. Keep in mind, however, that Malachi did not have a 12 plus 1 last year. He played in 12 games. They did not have a bowl game. Could 2 Notre Dame receivers in a 12 plus 1 get to 55 catches for 800 yards? Yes, it's possible. I'm not going to predict it, and I'm going to sell this for now just because we haven't seen anyone other than him sniff that number. So I'm going to sell it because I need to see it, and I do think the ball is going to get spread around again. But in a 12 plus 1, Trev, I will also say this. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it happens. I could see him doing, because like Malachi's part of this 2 Notre Dame receivers conversation. Yeah. And we just talked yesterday about all we just want to see is him do what he did last year. That's it. That's all I need to see from him. Would I be shocked if he goes for 50 and 800 again? No, not at all. In a 12 plus 1, not at all. Could I also see Jaden Greathouse doing that? Absolutely. 100%. Just, I'm not ready to predict that yet because I think Eli Raridan is going to have a very productive season. I think we're going to see the running backs get the ball a little bit more. And, Will Pauling's going to get some touches and Jordan Faison's going to get some touches. So I just think in a 12 plus 1, that is something I'd have to see. And when was the last time that even happened at Notre Dame? I mean, it didn't even happen in 18 because Chase Claypool never got to 800 yards. Certainly hasn't happened in, let me go look at 21. Last time you had that happen was, and really the only time in the last decade that happened was 2021 with Michael Mayer and Kevin Austin. The only time it even came close to happening was the 2021 season. And even then, Kevin Austin only caught 48 passes, so he didn't even get to the 50. He got the yards, but he didn't get there with the catches. So I'm gonna sell that, but I don't do it with like, dude, what kind of question is that? I can see it happening. I need to see it happen. And I have a feeling, Trev, that's where you are as well.
I'll go pretty granular with mine. I'll buy touchdowns, I'll hold yards, and I'll sell receptions.
You just say that again.
I'll buy touchdowns.
Okay.
I will hold the yards, and I will sell receptions.
Okay, I dig that. So you think there's a better chance that two guys get to 800 yards than two guys get over 50? Oh, that's interesting. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good one. I've kind of made – I want to hear your thoughts on this one. This is from BK's Last Brain Cell. Nolan James will have a better career at Notre Dame than Aeneas Williams.
Mm-hmm. Gosh. Hold. And
you chicken.
if I were to if I had to pick one, buy or sell, I am, as of today, leaning towards sell, because for the reasons why you guys know me for who I am. I have not seen Nolan James do it at the college level.
He's at least consistent. You got to love that, everybody.
I just it's really hard for me to predict that between two running backs who were, similar ranked recruits, if my memory serves me well. Like, neither one was a 5-star, right? Nolan James wasn't, Aeneas Williams wasn't.
No,
I don't know where they fell respectively of, top 150, top 100, top 200, but I think they were comparable recruits. We've seen Nolan James in the blue gold game. I watched Aeneas do it in the college football playoff semifinals. I'm not saying I would be shocked if it were to happen, but as of today, I'm selling.
I'm buying that because I don't know that. Yeah, I'm going to buy that, and I'm just going to kind of leave it at that for now. And I'm going to buy that one. I like Nolan James a lot, and I wonder. I think some of it's part of its timing. Part of that's going to be timing.
Buy, so hold. Otting, Absher, Prescott, and Tarek will not reach their potential at Notre Dame, not because Rudolph is a bad position coach, but because he is not a great decision maker.
I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell that. I think you can reach your potential as a player, not start. I mean, if he's a good position coach and he's getting the most out of his players, then you can have guys that are backups that reach their full potential, but they're just backups behind better players.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get the most that you can out of Styles Prescott, it's not a given he's going to start over Will Black and Charles Jagasaw or Gerby Lambert. So I'm going to sell that. I mean, same thing with Sullivan Absher. I mean, it's like he could end up spending his whole career behind some really good players.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to sell that.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will be top 10 in offensive efficiency during the regular season. Notre Dame will finish the season with 4 players over 500 yards receiving, 4 players with at least 4 receiving touchdowns, and at least 2 All-Americans on the offensive line.
Whew. My man is going all in for this season. I'm going to buy that, the first part. So do we want to do the whole thing, Trevor, or we want to do them one at a time? How do you
let's separate it.
Okay.
I'm
definitely buying the first one because they were top 10 last year.
Mm-hmm.
So they finished 9th in the FEI last year. What were they on the ES? I want to see what they were on the ESPN one, but on the Fermo Efficiency Index, which is one that I use a lot, they were ranked number 9. And I don't think they had an overly efficient offense last season. But because they were kind of a big play offense, I think that kind of helped them out a little bit. And then on the ESPN ranking, they were also 9th in offensive efficiency. So, yeah, I'll buy that. I definitely think that.
Yep, buy that as well. Second one, Notre Dame will finish the season with 4 players over 500 yards receiving.
Now, that I can buy. Because, again, entire season, he doesn't say it has to be in 12 games. Entire season, yeah, I'll buy that. That's the whole thing that we keep talking about, Trev, is that they're not going to have 1 or 2 guys that dominate the catches. I mean, if you were to tell me Malachi, Jaden Greathouse, Eli Raridan, and one of Jordan Faison or Will Pauling goes over 500 yards receiving, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that. Absolutely could see that.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame has more of an opportunity to have 4 guys over 500 than 2 guys over 1,000. But it would not shock
100%.
me if either happened.
100%.
Which is a great spot to be in.
Especially in a 14 to 16 game season.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, agree completely.
Buy, sell, hold 4 players with at least 4 receiving touchdowns.
That's the second easiest buy of this so far. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even last year they had 3 players that were close. Jaden Greathouse had 4.
He had 4.
Bo Collins had 3.
Yeah.
Mitchell Evans had 3. So,
yeah.
And they'll be more of a pass-oriented team.
And you were even closer the year before when you did throw more. You had Greathouse had 5, Polden Stace had 4, Jordan Faison had 4, and Chris Tyree had 3.
I forgot Holden Stace had 4.
Yeah. Same thing in 2021. Austin had 7, Mayer had 7, Avery Davis had 4, and then both Kyron Williams and Braden Lindsey both had 3.
Mm.
So you've had multiple, and then the time they actually did it was 2019. Chase Claypool had 13, Cole Kmet had 6, Chris Fink had 4, Javon McKinley had 4, and Tommy Trumbull had 4. You had 5 guys that year that were over that mark in 2019. So it's not out. And I think this season will look a lot more like those 2 than it will this year from a passing production standpoint. Yeah.
Yep. And buy, sell, hold at least 2 All-Americans on the offensive line.
If we're talking first, second, or third team, you better have 2. I mean, Joe Rudolph's going to have the talent between. Anthony Knapple's a freshman All-American, so he'll kind of go into the season with some of reputation. He's the left tackle at Notre Dame. It's a premium position. Billy Schrouth is going into the season with some recognition as one of the better guards in the country. Charles Jagasol is being projected by some people as a first-round NFL draft pick. And your most steady offensive lineman last year, Emil Wagner, comes back, and he's going in. And the thing about all these guys is they're all going into their second season as full-time starters. Like last year was their first season as full-time starters. And so between that group of 4, I absolutely better see 2 of those guys make. And we've seen this before. 2020, you had 2 offensive linemen make All-American with Aaron Banks and Liam Eichenberg. 2017, you had 2. Heck, even in 2016, you had 2 All-American offensive linemen with Mike McGlinchey and Quentin Nelson. So, yes, I absolutely think that should happen. Yes. And I think it could happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm with you. I'm buying it too. I do. Shoot, man, even Ashton Craig was ranked as like the number 124 player on CBS Sports.
That surprised me. They had him over Schrouth, didn't they? And
Wagner? Schrouth, Wagner, and Knapp didn't make CBS Sports.
It was Jagasol and Craig were the 2 least experienced of all the linemen are the 2 guys that they put on there, which I thought was fascinating.
Yep. And what's even crazier is like this offensive line, as good as they're projected to be, they all have starts, but they all 5 haven't started together in a game yet.
Correct.
It's weird.
Because when Jagasol started last year, Knapp was out and Craig was out.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, so all 5 have started with one of the other 5, but not all 5. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Buy, sell, hold from Z-Man 381. After the next 2 running back classes, Notre Dame's running back room will be to college football what OSU's wide receiver room has been.
I'm going to buy where he's going with this. And the reason that I think it's going to be after the next 2 classes, because to me, it's not so much about the recruiting classes. Ohio State has the reputation they have because they not only recruit at a high level, they also produce to the NFL at a high level. You do need to see that. But I do think next year Notre Dame's going to have 2 running backs drafted. And I think that's going to kind of spark some, like your last 3 running backs, including a backup, have all been drafted when you consider Audric going in round 5. Actually,
your last 4, because Kyron.
Yeah, because you had Kyron before him as a starter. And then, so your last 4 starting running backs all got drafted, including, or 3, and then you had a backup that got drafted in Jadarian Price. So I still think you need another year of producing NFL players, high-level NFL players. But I see where you're going with this, and I think reputation-wise, we could start to see that conversation start to happen, yes. So I'll buy that.
I'll buy that it's in the early stages, but Ohio State has been producing top talent at wide receiver for a very long time.
Yeah.
So love where your head's at, though.
Let's get to a couple super chats here, Trev, that have popped up. Let's get some of those. Reminder to people, we're only doing super chats we're only doing BISA holds that were left on the premium board. So some of y'all are putting in BISA holds. There's actually some really good submissions, but we're only going with either one from the premium message board. This is a kind of a thank you to the people that, do support our channel, not just with being here to watch, which we love, but also people that have become premium members. It's just one of the rewards to people that are paying for a membership at Irish Breakdown. And then, of course, the other option is super chat. So Tristan Shoop had one. Appreciate that, Tristan. So he says, you have to cut, bench, or start these three players. I hate these, by the way, because it's like, I don't want to do any of them, but we're going to honor it. Tristan Shoop says J.D. Price, Jordan Faison, and Emil Wagner. You have to start one, bench one, and cut one.
I'll start Emil Wagner. I'll bench J.D. Price. I'll cut Jordan Faison.
That's mine too. I mean, J.D. Price technically is already coming off the bench. And I don't love cutting Jordan Faison, but I feel like you have, with Will Pauling and some of the, other guys, you kind of have some options there. But yeah, if I had to, that's where I would go.
Mm-hmm. Super chat from AST 12321. Thank you for the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. One of Miami and Texas A&M will not be among the two hardest regular season games Notre Dame plays in that gap between number two, and it will be big.
All right, so one of Miami and A&M will not be among the two hardest regular season games. So we're referring to basically how the game was played. And then that gap between two and it, meaning that other game, will be big. I'm gonna sell that because I think the gap won't be big between. I think they'll have three games that are challenging, and that's kind of what we saw last year. Right? I mean, the A&M game was challenging. Actually, we had four. The Northern Illinois game was obviously challenging. The Louisville game was challenging, and then the USC game was challenging. I think you take one away and you have three this year that are all pretty challenging. I think they'll be close. I don't think they're just going to go destroy all 12 teams that they play. This isn't going to be like 2013 Florida State where your schedule was so bad you had like one good team on it all year. So you kind of hyped up for that game, and then everybody else in your schedule kind of sucks. That Clemson team they played, that was like the only big game they played all year. And they whooped Clemson pretty good. And the schedule's not like that, in my opinion. And I don't know that this Notre Dame team is quite as good as that team turned out to be. I think they're, coming into the season, they're better than what Florida State was the year before, but that team was really flipping good. That team, by the way, had a redshirt freshman quarterback who had never thrown a career college pass going into that season as too, by the way. So just want to remind people of that. But I think I could buy the first part. I actually could see a scenario where Notre Dame whoops one of those two teams, and it doesn't end up not being one of their three toughest games. I could see a scenario where, let's first game of the year, Notre Dame jumps on Miami early. Miami's got a lot of new guys. They kind of fade, and Notre Dame whoops them pretty good. A&M's a tough game, and then let's say Arkansas is a more competitive game than Miami. I can see that. Pitt's a more competitive game than Miami. I could see that. Sure. I can see that. I mean, heck, last year Clemson had a more competitive game against Pitt than they did teams on their schedule that were than SMU. They beat SMU more convincingly than they beat Pitt, and Pitt's not as good of a team as SMU is. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. So I could buy the first part, Trev, but I'm going to sell the second part because I think the gap between your number two and number three toughest games won't be that big.
I think it also depends on what you mean by the hardest, like hardest on the field or hardest surrounding.
I'm taking it how it plays out. That's how I took it when I answered it. You can answer it however you want, but just that's how I took it. Is like when you look at the competitiveness of the game and how it played out on the field. That's how I took it.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, if it's how it played out, I would buy the first part. But there's a lot of things that make the Miami game difficult outside of how the game plays out. It'll be a first-year starter quarterback for Notre Dame. It will be a road test, probably at night, in a stadium that you haven't had a lot of success in the regular season, especially considering the last trip down there. It's a while ago, but it could be a factor. It's a big-name opponent, a lot of distractions. You're going to be the sole night game because it's on Sunday. So that's an interesting aspect to this. But I'm glad that you brought up teams like Pitt. Could be one of them. Pitt, Eli Holstein is, if he can stay healthy. When he was healthy, Pitt started the season 7-0, and people didn't think much of him to start the year. The USC game, I'm never going to just call a cakewalk. I know what happened the last time USC was in South Bend, but it's a rivalry game. I didn't expect much from USC this past season. I mean, they were
last couple times USC's been come to South Bend. It's been a little bit of a whooping.
It has, but I'll never discount it just because it is a rivalry game. I didn't expect USC's offense with Jade Maeva to put up 35 points when they played in the Coliseum, but it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you. I'll buy the first part. I'll sell the second part. It's
a good submission because you had to think about it for a second. And that's those the ones I really like. It's like, let me think about this one for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, is this a real thing from Pete Weber? I've seen people tweet about this. One gorilla beats 100 men in a fight. Is this a real thing? Like what are we coming to? Is this a serious thing?
I mean, serious in that it's a trend going around right now on social media.
There's not some actual fight scheduled between 100 men and a gorilla.
God, no.
Okay.
No. But if we have to buy this to honor the question, I'm absolutely buying that one gorilla beats 100 men in a fight.
100%. Especially since they're all stupid men, because you'd have to be stupid to fight a gorilla.
Yeah.
So, come on, give me a break. Yeah. I keep seeing this, and I'm like, is this a real thing?
I don't know where the origin came from, but I've been seeing it a lot on Twitter and stuff like that. Super chat from ND Milton fan. Biso hold Maris record for most O-lineman sacks in a single season will never be broken.
So apparently this is a joke about in Maris that was at 2022 when he just kept running into offensive linemen.
Oh.
So bye, I guess. Sorry, Nathan. I just didn't quite get that one. So I asked because I didn't understand what the question meant. So I followed up and he said it's a joke about how many times. Because remember, I complained about that a lot in 2022. Samara would just run right into offensive linemen when he would blitz, just right into him. Like that's what he was trying to do. And so I think that's what it's referring to. So
yeah, my bad, ND Milton fan. I took that too literally. I was like, you can't sack an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
I don't get that.
So I'll buy that because I think they'll be coached better than that now. That was his first year in the defense, and they were blitzing a lot more through the gaps, and I don't think Maris really kind of had a good feel for that. In high school, when he blitzed, he would kind of come off the edge. So I think that was. So yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
Super chat from Salty. Thank you for the super chat. To make up for the sin of posting a buy, sell, hold in the form of question.
So the reason we didn't start off with Salty in there, and I posted it in the thread and he didn't see it, but he asked two questions. And the second was even about what can we expect from Jaden Greathouse. I'm like, there's no way I can even turn. So sometimes people put questions in there and I'll kind of reformat it a little bit to fit a buy, sell, hold submission, which is different than just how do you think Jaden Greathouse is going to do this year? It's different than Jaden Greathouse will do this, or this. So I appreciate that, Salty. But I honestly, I wasn't trying to bust your chops. I just didn't know how to take your question and reformat it into a buy, sell, hold because there weren't any real specifics in it. So I appreciate that.
Buy, sell, hold. If Jaden Greathouse has 70 receptions, 1,200 yards, and 21 touchdowns in the regular season and tests above expectations at the NFL Combine, he could be a first-round draft guy.
If Jaden Greathouse has 70 catches, 1,200 yards, and 21 touchdowns in the regular season and tests above expectations, yeah, he would be a first-round pick, yes.
I mean, if he does that in the regular season, he becomes probably the best receiver in Notre Dame history.
Well, he would be behind Golden Tate in catches and yards, but he'd be well above what Golden did in touchdowns.
Yeah.
Because I think Golden was around 1,500. His last, he was like 98 catches for like 14. He had 93 catches for 1496, and he had 15 touchdowns and only played 12 games. So he'd be well behind Golden in those two stats, but he'd have way more touchdowns. But Golden won the Biletnikoff that year, and that was on a bad team. So he needed the even above and beyond production to win it on a bad team. If Jaden Greathouse catches 70 passes for 1,200 yards and 21 touchdowns, I don't know that anyone's beaten Notre Dame this year in the regular season. And I certainly think he'd have an opportunity to be the Biletnikoff winner. And if he also then tests above expectations, I mean, he runs like a low 4.5 or a high 4.4, yeah, he's first-round draft pick. Because he's got good size. He's over 6 feet tall. He's about over 200 pounds. If he then tests well with that production, plus they'd look back and be like, that production followed what he did in the national semifinals and the national title game. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that makes him a first-round draft pick. I have no doubt about that. I don't think I absolutely see that happening.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if he put up that kind of production this year. Not that I don't think he's a really good player, but just kind of what you and I keep talking about, Trev, is I just think the ball is going to get spread around a lot, and I don't know that Notre Dame's like that would tell me that Notre Dame's throwing the ball a ton this year if he's putting up those kind of numbers.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. He'd be averaging 17.1 yards per catch.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a heck of a year. Heck of a year.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I do buy that he would go in the first round if he put up those numbers in the first 12 games.
Yeah. That'd be a lot of fun. And keep in mind, Notre Dame last year threw 445 passes in 16 games. In 2009, Jimmy Clausen threw 425 in the regular season because they didn't play in a bowl game. So that's a lot of throws. It's a lot of throws.
Yeah.
But it's a good one. Got a couple more here real quick. Shaquille Oatmeal, Bison hold on the running backs. Price will be a better pro than Jeremiah Love. I'm want to hear your thoughts on this, Trev. I have a strong opinion on this.
Yeah, this is a sell for me. One of the biggest reasons, Jadarian Price still needs to improve his pass blocking ability, and that's something that's carried with very high value in the NFL. And Price hasn't shown his ability in a game yet as a pass catcher.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing that gets valued very high in the NFL. So, especially in contrast to Jeremiah Love. Now, the argument on the other hand is we haven't seen a lot of Jeremiah Love having to pass pro, but I know what Price's wheelhouse is and what we've seen from this spring and what we saw last year. So I'm going to sell that for now.
I agree. I think Jadarian Price, you could maybe make the case that maybe he could rush for more yards than Jeremiah Love. I wouldn't. I think Jeremiah Love will still be a better runner than Jadarian, but you could make that case. But the Jeremiah's all-around ability is already significantly greater than what Jadarian's is as a pass catcher and blocker. And so that's why I sell this. And there's probably not anybody outside the Jadarian Price family that's higher on Jadarian Price than I am. But there's a reason Jeremiah Love's their number one running back, and there's a reason why NFL teams, I think, love him too, because he really, truly is an all-around player.
Yeah.
He really is. And Jadarian right now is a dynamic runner.
Yes.
Like that all-around part still is a work in progress for him.
Mm-hmm. Super chat from Isaac. Thank you, Isaac. If Brian Hartline ends up being good at offensive coordinator, let's say he gets hired at Florida as a head coach, will any other team get one 5-star receiver?
That's actually funny. Of course they will. Yes, they will. But he would do well there as a recruiter. But I think the thing that makes me a little like I'm not as sold that he definitely would recruit well there. Is the thing about Brian Hartline is he's selling his alma mater. Like there's a little different animal to that. Like there's a little bit of a different dynamic to that because there's more conviction. Like Trev, if I were to say, hey man, I want you to do an ad read on this product you've never used, you're essentially selling what you've been told about the product, right? Now you could do it convincingly, but if I'm like, hey Trev, have you ever ate this at this restaurant? You're like, dude, we eat there 3 times a week. I eat there more than I eat at home. It's my favorite place in the world. Like, all right, Trev, do an ad read on this. Like the conviction you'd have about selling that place would be significantly more noticeably greater than if you're trying to sell something you don't know. That's true in recruiting as well. Doesn't
100%.
mean you can't be really good at it, but maybe you're not ever quite as good as you were at the one. That's kind of where I'm coming from on that. But yeah, they would sign some players there. I mean, it's not like Florida's had a hard time signing good receivers in recent years. You just got to develop them. You give them a quarterback to catch from.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, from Salty Virginia Peanuts, this is to cover a 1-month gift membership for David Marazzo at the premium boards, and with extra to cover the 50% cut that YouTube takes. And then insured by Big, who's an LSU fan that is also a member of the Irish Breakdown Premium Lounge or Champions Lounge, the premium board, because you do not have to be a Notre Dame fan to be on that board. You just have to be willing to engage respectfully, and he always does. So David Marazzo, who's in the chat, regular listener, if you want to shoot me an email after the show, brian@irishbreakdown.com. If you want to try the board out before you join, email me, brian@irishbreakdown.com. My name is spelled with a Y, and I will shoot you instructions on how to sign up, and I'll comp you a month, and you can try it out, see if you like it, and if you do, you can stay on board since those guys comped you a membership. So, Brian at irishbreakdown.com, and we'll hook you up. So, and I think you'll like it, and I think you'll want to stay after that. It's definitely, in my opinion, worth it. So thank you guys. Thank you to Salty and Insured by Big on that one. We have one more super chat. That's from Lucky Duck, but I want to, as I said before, I want to get to his actual submissions before we bring that up. And I'm pretty sure he has, let me just go check real quick, Trev, to make sure that Lucky Duck, I'm pretty sure he did submit some questions today. I thought I remember typing in his name into the yeah, we do. We're getting somewhat close to his question. So yeah, we're getting closer.
Right on. Buy so hold from 13 Reasons Why. Tyler Buckner will play at least one down at quarterback this season, not due to injury.
So, like, I think CJ's the starter. That's my prediction. Kenny's your number 2. And there's an interesting question about that 1-2 dynamic later. And when they want to get a third quarterback on the field after one of those two, because that would be not due to injury, I think it'd be Blake Hebert, not Tyler Buckner. I don't think you need to do anything with Tyler Buckner to get him in there as a dynamic runner, because you don't need that like you did. You needed it in 2021. You don't need that now with the running backs you have. If I need to get somebody else the ball, I'm giving it to Jeremiah, Jadarian, Kedron, Aeneas, or Nolan, or Jabron Payne. I just am. I'm not even giving it to Kenny. I'm giving it to one of them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, I'm also selling it because he still hasn't officially moved back to quarterback yet either.
Right. I mean, I expect that to happen. So I'm assuming, for the sake of the conversation, that it's going to happen. And even then, I still say no.
Yeah. Yep, I'm with you. Buy so hold Steve Angeli will get cheers and not boos on November 22nd. However, Chad Bowden will get boos and not cheers on October 18th.
By and by.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought that Chad Bowden was being, and I still think there's this dynamic with some Notre Dame fans where they want to act like, and even somebody on the message board the other day said this, like, can we finally admit that Chad Bowden wasn't as good as people thought he wasn't? No, we can't admit that, because I don't admit things that are not true. I don't have to like how he's conducting himself at USC to still acknowledge what was a fact and truth about what he did in Notre Dame. I don't like how Chad's conducting himself at USC in a lot of different ways. There are several things that he has said that I don't think are I don't respect, because I'm confident he's not speaking truthfully. He's just selling his program. That's fine if you want to sell your program, but you're taking it too far. I don't like how I believe USC tampered with certain Notre Dame players. I just think there's certain things when you're at a place and you've got a relationship with a certain person, there's just certain lines you don't cross. And it's like you just, there's some examples I could use. I'm not gonna. And I don't respect the job he's doing in that regard. Now, he's doing very well with the results. He's recruiting very well at USC. But I'm not going to also do revisionist history because I'm in my feelings about the job, about how he's going at Notre Dame, and then say, well, he didn't really do that great of it. Yes, he did. He did a tremendous job recruiting at Notre Dame. Well, yeah, but they're recruiting really well now. Yeah, in part because of the success that they had as a team with rosters that he was a driver to putting together, along with Marcus Freeman and other coaches. So we cannot like how he's conducting himself, and I think that's kind of universal. He's going beyond just, at first I defended him, like, look, guys, he's at USC, it's his job. Like, people got all upset about how he talked about how much he was excited to be there, and what'd you expect him to say? But he's gone beyond that, like it's nice to be with a head coach that, recruits and evaluates. Like, dude, stop. Just, stop. So I don't like how he's conducting himself, but that doesn't take away from the excellent job he did as a recruiter at Notre Dame. Like, we don't have to play that game. We can be honest people and say, guy did a great job at Notre Dame, but if I see him on October 18th, I'm booing him because I don't appreciate how he's conducted himself since he left. Totally fair. Totally fair. But we're not going to rewrite history and pretend like Chad Bowden didn't do a great job. The whole issue at the time was, it's like with everything else that we argue about nowadays. There's these two extremes. There's certain people that cover the team that act like Notre Dame was never going to land another good recruit ever. One person's like, the irreplaceable Chad Bowden. I'm like, hold on a second. Now you're being kind of ridiculous. Now you're giving me the clickbait crap.
Mm-hmm.
But then we're also not going to pretend like, oh, well, Chad wasn't that big of a deal anyway. Guys, let's be grown-ups here. They're going to be Notre Dame's going to be just fine. But that also doesn't mean that they weren't just fine when Chad was rolling here as well. Both things can be true. Chad has not acted in a way that I respect or appreciate in the last couple months at USC. He just hasn't. But that does not in one bit change the respect I have for the job he did while he was here. That's where I'm at. So, but I buy that this will be the reaction, and that's totally fair. Steve Angeli should get cheers if he's announced as Syracuse's starter. When he takes the field, if he's the starter against Syracuse, I'm fine with Notre Dame fans cheering him. Totally fine with that.
Oh yeah.
If Chad Bowden walks out of onto the field and people see him and start booing him, I get that too. Totally get that.
Hear me out. I think that it's a ploy by Chad Bowden because the USC-Notre Dame rivalry has kind of started to flare out a little bit in the eyes of some, and it doesn't go past 2026 on their schedules. So maybe he went to USC on purpose, is talking all this bull jive on purpose because he's trying to reignite the rivalry. And that's what he's doing. I say sarcastically.
I want to address this seriously. You're not saying you're sarcastically saying he took the job. You're not in serious conversation. You would not say he took the job to reignite the rivalry, correct?
Oh, correct.
However, do I think that there's maybe something to, now that he's there, he appreciates the rivalry now from both sides? He is doing some things to try to spark some heat between the two programs to keep that rivalry going. Do I think there's some truth to that? I buy that. So your sarcasm is noted, but if I'm to take that in a serious direction for a second, we both acknowledge that he didn't take the job for that reason. But now that he's there, do we think that that's not part of what's on his mind? That I want to keep this rivalry going? Chad understands the tradition of that rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
He understands how that's good for USC in a way that I don't think his head coach does. So I could see that. Like, take the sarcasm of why he took the job aside. I think you make a really, really astute observation there, Trevor. I'm not surprised by that either. Well, I hired you. It is a really, I never thought about that. Like, that's a really good And knowing Chad the way that I do, I wouldn't put that past him. I really wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to a place that isn't known as a football town anymore. And football territory right now, I mean, the last couple seasons has been the Midwest. That's where he's coming from. And it wouldn't shock me. I mean, he has a hotshot young coach in Lincoln Riley that, he came from Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner country, where it's, I mean, it is weird when I think about, and this is big picture in general, kind of a side note, but it's weird talking to fans of other places and they don't look at the Notre Dame USC rivalry the same way that we do. It's like I tell people I'm a Notre Dame fan.
And like the traditionalists, they even aren't Notre Dame fans, get it.
Yes.
But the casual fans don't.
Mm-hmm. And it is interesting, like when I worked in sales, I met people from all over the country, and I tell them I'm a Notre Dame fan. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a Texas fan. We hate Oklahoma. Who's your biggest rival? And I was like, it's USC. Like, oh really? And I'm like, yeah, it's been coined like the biggest, like what's it called, like the transcontinental rivalry in all of sports or something. Or something. I don't know what it's called back when they were taking trains.
Intersectional.
Thanks. It was something like that.
Continental Railroad.
I was like, what? Oh, you guys can take back the genius thing that you were talking about.
The greatest transcontinental rivalry in all sports.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's great, Trev. I needed that laugh. But yes, that is that is good.
I'm here for the laughs.
The chat
and the occasional one-liners.
The chat just lost it. Oh man, this is gonna die for a little bit, but when we get into the week of October 18th, you better believe this is gonna be resurrected in the chat and potentially by the host of the show.
I'm just totally saying, fair, as it should be.
Yeah. That's awesome.
As it should be. Buy, sell, hold from Played Like a Champion. The 2024 team's camaraderie and caring for each other is duplicatable. Woof. And will occur again this season and others under Marcus Freeman.
The next is the clarification of the question.
Oh, okay. To clarify, a sell would mean that the extraordinary confluence of these factors last season, including team chemistry, was more of a one-off that won't be replicated easily.
I buy. And the clarification helped a little bit with that, but that's kind of where I thought you were going with that, and I buy. I don't think that was a one-off that was unique because of the players. Now, there have been teams in Notre Dame in the past that had that really unique player leadership that couldn't be replicated because they didn't have the coaching leadership. The 2019 team didn't have the same leadership as the 2018 team. The 2016 team certainly didn't have the same leadership as the 2015 team. And those things caused those programs to really just be kind of up and down with how they performed. The record wasn't a whole lot different in 19, but that team was just different. You knew it wasn't as good of a team. And it didn't have, the 2019 team had way more talent than the 2020 team, but the 2020 team had way better leadership and camaraderie and character because of, not just they had better leaders, but I think the COVID stuff really brought that team together. The possibility that they were going to lose the opportunity to play football again. And the way that, and I said this before, I think that's probably Brian Kelly's greatest coaching job he ever did was that season because of all the things they had to go through, not just the losing the spring and the summer and all the different, protocols that were placed. They had to cancel the Wake Forest game because they had a COVID outbreak. And then you couldn't be around each other for a week in the middle of the season. You just couldn't play. Like that was a phenomenal job by that team, and it needed leadership at the coaching and the player level in the ways the 19 team didn't have. So I think it fluctuated a lot under Brian Kelly because it was player driven. I think that the player driven aspect of the 24 season is not always repeatable necessarily if you're not building the culture the right way from a coaching standpoint. The difference is I think the leadership in the coaching staff is now in a way where it's now, and this is why I asked Marcus Freeman the question that I asked him, Trev, at the press conference. I asked him about it before the spring and after the spring, because I know how important that is to a football program And I understand how Marcus Freeman's head works, that he understands this isn't just about teaching them to block and tackle and throw and all that. We got to teach them how to win. We got to teach them how to compete. We got to teach them how to go about their business the right way. And we've got to cultivate leadership. You may think Drake Bowen's a great leader, but you've got to put him in a position to where that leadership aspects that he possesses can be brought out and manifest and supported, encouraged, and nurtured. And they understand that. Same thing with like a guy like Jeremiah Love or Jaden Greathouse or, guys like that, a Don Shula. Yes, they already have it, but in the past at times, some of that stuff would kind of get beat out of guys. Like, where now it's how do we get it out of him correctly in the right way where it's good for the team? And I think that's something that starts at the top. And that's why I do think it is repeatable and will be repeated. Or I should say, I'm more confident that it'll be repeated than I have been in the past.
Yeah, there are some things that players and coaches have said in meetings, press conferences, things like that I've heard that give this program a different sense about it. Al Golden, when he accepted the Broyles Award, talked about how his goal was to leave something better than he found it. And I think that's something that has been passed down throughout a lot of these different players. I mean, you go back and listen to some of the spring press conferences. How many times does a player that's currently on the team talk about a young and up and coming guy? Hey, he's the next this. Yo, you think I'm doing good? Like he's going to be the next whoever. And I think that the care that they're putting into this program is different than what we saw during the Kelly era. In the Kelly era, it would come in spurts, but it was very team driven. I think this
it's very player driven. Yes.
This gets passed from the top down, which I think is so important. Yeah. And that's the biggest difference, man.
Because culture's always about how your players go about their business. And if you got the right leadership, the players can create that. But it's not always there. It's not consistent when it's not cultivated from the top.
Mm-hmm.
People in the chat talking about how Marcus Freeman had those captain meetings. And, part of that was for show. I mean, it was but like from what I've told from people, like those were how they went when the camera wasn't rolling. And I think what that just did is created a little bit of accountability, you know, so I think that's part of it. But I just think there's a greater understanding of the importance of that than maybe what was here in the past.
Oh, agreed. I'd make the argument that the culture under a previous regime was built in spite of the head coach.
Yeah.
And the culture of this team is built.
Great point.
Because of.
You talked about tradition. Like that's part of the reason that the offensive line was so good for so long. Because the players took great pride in what they're leaving behind. But part of that was established by Coach Hiestand instilling in them that importance, the importance of leaving your mark and doing things the right way. And then they took it and ran with it because they had it in them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whether it's Ronnie Stanley, Mike McGlinchey, Quentin Nelson, Alex Bars, Robert Hainsey, Liam, they all understood that they were leaving a legacy. And part of that was making sure that the guys that come next, you're preparing them for stepping in to be your replacement. Not everybody's that way. I mean, we've heard stories about how Joe Montana was with Steve Young or how Brett Favre was with Aaron Rodgers. And you say, like, that's not what you see here with these guys. Now, it's different. It's professionalism. And the difference is Quentin Nelson can say that because, like, look, dude, I can't come back next year if I'm out of eligibility. Mike McGlinchey couldn't come back. So he had no fear of what Liam Eichenberg was going to do or whoever was going to replace him was going to do because he couldn't come back. And so, sure, it's a little bit different, but it was instilled by the coach. And then, number one, he instilled in the players, but it's also about recruiting. You need to recruit the kind of players that have that type of mentality and mindset.
Yeah.
And this staff does a much better job of that. Like, they didn't recruit Jeremiah Love just because he's a dynamic athlete. Trust me. I talked to enough people that were part of that recruitment that one of the things they loved about that kid was that they saw a young man that not only was fast and athletic, but they saw a young man that was an elite fit at a place like Notre Dame who understood the importance of being the best version of yourself all the time.
Yeah.
Like even in the chat, Coach Bent's talking about how they were at the South Bend Cubs game and Jeremiah Love stopped to take a picture with his son. Didn't charge him. Didn't say, here's $25. It's you, my wife telling me a story of and there was other players doing it, but she was talking about Jeremiah Love, who wasn't allowed to play. That kids in the front row were like, Jeremiah, and could you do this and all that? And he's not playing. And he goes back, and the ushers are like, no, you guys can't do that. And he's like, it's cool. And he's signing stuff. And like, he understands this is something those kids are going to remember forever. I still remember being a kid going down in the blue seats at Riverfront Stadium, and the players would come over and you'd get an autograph of your baseball. I still remember doing that. And I don't remember who signed it, but I just remember how amazing that was. And he understands that stuff. He understands that me being successful at Notre Dame isn't just about how many yards I rush for, how many touchdowns I score. And that's what makes him different. And not every running back is that way. Not every great running back is that way. And that's one of the reasons that he was the target. There was other really talented running backs in that class. And you see that with a lot of these young players. It's not just that they are talented, but they're talented and they have certain traits that they look for, work ethic wise, character wise. It's not that Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Ewutade are necessarily the only two elite defensive ends on the board. It's that they're big time talents, but they also view them as, and this is what I'm told every time I talk to somebody about, these kids get Notre Dame. They fit Notre Dame. They have the type of all around character that we're looking for to thrive here. And there's a lot more of that on this team. Brian and I think Brian Kelly overcorrected. He just went after good football players early in his tenure at Notre Dame. And he brought some guys here that should not have been here, if we're just being honest about that. I think he overcorrected way too much in the second half of his tenure here. And it also was easier, so that's part of it as well.
Beisel hold from Isaiah Lehman. The Irish will have at least 2 players drafted in the first round of the 2026 NFL draft.
I'm gonna hold on that, Trev, because the only other guys that I think could be first round picks are guys I need to see how they perform for, like Charles Jagg. So I'm skeptical that he's going to declare after just 1 year as a starter. Yeah, I need to see Malachi Fields show me a little bit more juice. And I'm big on Malachi Fields, but is he first round receiver good? I mean, or is he Michael Pittman second round type of good? That's kind of how I look at it. So I'm going to hold. And if I had to lean towards one thing, I'd probably lean towards selling, just because, as I said the other day, most of Notre Dame's kind of no-brainer first-round talents won't even be eligible for this year's draft, or will be basically first-year starters like Boubacar Traore and Charles Jagasaw, where they're going to probably need to see more to go there. But if I'm wrong, it's because some of those guys had just monster breakout seasons. Like, I like Malachi Fields a lot, but I view him more as a round 2 type of guy than necessarily round 1 type of guy.
Sure.
I hope he proves me wrong.
It's also going to depend on what the rest of the draft board looks like, too. I mean,
sure.
It's weird that you're looking at this past draft, a guy like Emeka Egbuka, quality football player, really good football player, but no like super elite round 1 traits, but he went in the first round because that's just what the draft board dictated. Then you rewind back to 2020, a guy like T. Higgins goes in the second round.
Yeah.
So it's just going to depend on what's around him as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point, Trev, because there are some of those years where it's like, dude, you might have been a first-round pick if you'd have come out a year earlier, a year later. Yeah. I mean, the year T. Higgins got drafted in the second round, that same draft class had Henry Ruggs, huge mistake. Who made that? Raiders, of course. But it had Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Brandon Ayuk. Jalen Reagor was a reach there, but but then who also got picked after him? Michael Pittman got picked after him. Chase Claypool got picked after him. So there are some good players that were picked after him in that draft class because it was a loaded draft class. And in other years, maybe it's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
Beisel hold again from Isaiah Lehman. Notre Dame builds their offense around Jeremiah Love in 2025.
Bye.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely see that, Isaiah.
Beisel hold Will Black is the perceived left tackle if he was an early enrollee.
I'm going to sell that. I mean, he'd still have to go beat out Anthony Knapp. Like, look, I know that's a very polarizing conversation, but the guy started 15 games last year and was a freshman All-American, which means he at least deserves the right to battle with a true freshman for that job.
Yeah.
And my thing was I wanted to see other guys give a chance to beat him out, Kirby Lambert being one. I wanted to see Charles Jagasaw, who had that job first and played better than he did in that job, potentially be moved there. And then Anthony start somewhere else. But no, Will Black has got a lot to prove if he was going to beat out Anthony Knapp. Now, could he have done it? Possibly, sure. But he would have had to earn that without a doubt.
Absolutely. I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Based on what we know now, Notre Dame beats Miami by 14 or more.
I want to start writing down how many times we get asked a question about whether or not Notre Dame's going to beat Miami by X amount of points. It's April 30th. Like, I'm not even thinking about, like, other than when you guys ask me, I'm not even thinking. Here's what I'll say. I buy the notion that Notre Dame could beat Miami by double digits. But am I predicting it right now? I don't know. I haven't, break down. We'll have this conversation when we get closer to the season. But based on what we know right now, Notre Dame can beat Miami by double digits, and that'll be true from here tomorrow. Be true on Friday. It'll be true on Saturday. True on Sunday. It'll be true from every day from now until August 31st. And you guys keep asking this question over and over and over again, and I'm going to answer it the same way over and over and over again. Are they capable of it? Sure. But they were also capable of beating Northern Illinois by double digits last year. They were capable of beating USC by 30 last year. So I just need to see it.
Whenever I see this question come up, I think of the Nick Saban meme. It's like, you keep asking this question, and I'm not going to answer it, so quit
asking the same question. I'm not going to answer it, all right? So, yes.
Yeah, I think of that every time.
Yeah. Okay. This is me being punished. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from SB Irish 25. If Jagasaw doesn't get hurt in camp last year, Knapp would have taken over starting at guard at some point last year.
I could have seen a scenario where if Jagasaw was healthy, Knapp might have been starting at left guard instead of Sam Pendleton. I could see that. Knapp had a really good spring last year. He had shown some flashes. And I would argue he's a better football player than Sam Pendleton. And Sam was only a year older than he was. So I could have seen that. And then he definitely could have jumped in if there was an injury to one of the guards. Like when Billy Schrouth went down in week 3. I could have seen in that scenario that Anthony Knapp stepping in a guard. Absolutely. Yeah. This is the thing that gets lost in this conversation. I don't think Anthony Knapp's an elite left tackle. I've never said I don't think Anthony Knapp could be an outstanding football player. I gave him a 4.5-star upside grade for a reason. There's talent there. What did I say was my big concern? Size. He's kind of answered that in the run game. I think in a tighter area, he'd be fine there. He's athletic. He's long. He's like, I'm breaking down the A&M game, and there's just a play where he comes off and he hits a D tackle and he's engaged with him. He just kind of throws him. And I'm like, dude, that's a true freshman. I just don't think he's comfortable, and he doesn't look great so far as a tackle. He's a very talented young man.
Yeah.
And I certainly think he would have had a shot to start somewhere at guard. Or here's another thought, Trevor. Who's to say that he might have not stepped in at center when Ashton Craig went down instead of Pat Coogan?
That's fair. Yeah.
That's if they would have pushed him as more of an interior guy, had Jagasaw not got hurt.
I'm with that completely.
Jason Smith said the computer must be a Bama fan. I'm selling this computer tonight.
Buy, sell, hold from Black Irish 864. Jadarian Price will return for his senior season and be Notre Dame's leading rusher.
I'm selling that in both ways because we always do here's my honest answer. And then I do the hope one, the hope seller. I'm hope selling this because if Jadarian Price comes back in 2026, it most likely means he didn't have a great year. I could be wrong on that. I don't know Jadarian at all. Never met him personally. Never talked to him personally. But I just kind of look at, like, when I see Trevor Etienne get picked where he got picked, and I'm like, dude, I think Jadarian Price is a better running back than Trevor Etienne. He just hasn't played as much. And Trevor ran a really fast 40 time. I think if Jadarian has 800-900 yards again this year, like, why not go to the NFL? I don't know that coming back and being the leading rusher all of a sudden vaults him up draft boards. I don't know that his game is going to change a whole lot, other than you just put an extra 200 carries on his resume. So I'm hoping that he's so good this year, and Jeremiah Love is so good this year, that they both get drafted on day 1 or day 2. Meaning, like, Jeremiah's a round 1 pick, and then Jadarian goes in like round 2 or 3. Like, I'm sitting there looking at the draft this past year, Trev, and I'm seeing some of these guys getting taken in round 2 and 3, and I'm just like, dude, I think he's a better running back than that guy. Like, I think he is. I'm actually trying to pull up the draft order right now, but, like, obviously Amorian Hampton and Ashton Genty are both significantly better players. Production, and I shouldn't say players, but the production is there. I don't know that he's going to go as high as either one of those guys. You get early round 2, Quinshawn Judkins and Travion Henderson both have a lot more production, but, like, you get down to, like, R.J. Harvey, late 2nd round, Caleb Johnson from Iowa in round 3. Like, he was a really good player for Iowa last year. I think Jadarian Price is a better running back than he is. You get down to some of these other guys down here, Bayshul Tootin, the kid from Virginia Tech. That guy got drafted in the 2nd round or 3rd round for one reason and one reason only, and that is he ran really fast at the combine. And, like, really fast. I think he ran, let me pull this up here. Let me see here. He ran a 4.32 at the combine. He ran for 1,159 yards and 15 touchdowns last year. It's good production, 6.3 yards per carry. It's not elite production. Only played for 2 years. If he runs a 4.55, he's not getting picked that high. So I look at Jadarian. I think he certainly could be in the category of those guys. No question about it. And those are round 3, round 4 guys. You know, Trevor Etienne, Woody Marks. I mean, I think he's a better running back than Woody Marks. But what Woody Marks brings to the table is what? Extensive pass catching background, which is going to help him. And that's the thing that hurts Jadarian. When I say he's better than these other guys, it's strictly as a runner. The difference is some of those guys that I was just talking about are guys that have far more extensive pass game production. So, like Tootin, for example, I think he's a better runner than Jadarian. He's a 5.7 career yards per catch guy, but over the last 2 years, he caught over 50 passes. That's the difference. So that's still part of his game that he has to continue to build. And he doesn't have to catch 30 balls, but he has to show some prowess there. We kind of started to see that in the postseason a little bit, Trev. Like, he had a couple really nice grabs against Indiana. I think that's going to be the part of his game that if he really wants to turn himself into an NFL running back, like a high NFL draft pick, go out there and bust your tail this year in pass pro. And then, obviously, because I actually think he catches the ball really well. If you go back and watch his high school tape, I mean, he's scoring on, like, backside seams and stuff. I think he catches the ball really well. It's the pass pro aspect that's the concern for me.
Yeah.
And we saw that again in the spring game. I mean, we saw some of those issues again in the spring game. That's the part of his game that has to get a lot better if he's going to get drafted that high.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to be interested to see what that decision comes down to for him. Because, again, it also comes down to who else is going to be in that draft class with you. And Price will kind of have to weigh his options of, okay, would it be more beneficial for me to come back and make more money in NIL or potentially slip to the 5th round in the NFL draft? Because, I mean, next year, off the top of my head, you're going to have Jeremiah Love, Nicholas Singleton, Katron Allen, so I don't know how much value you would put into like a Quintravion Wisner out of Texas, but I think he could go. I
saw a mock draft the other day, Trevor, that had one running back going in the 1st round, and it was CJ Baxter from Texas. I think it might have been Pro Football Focus. No, it wasn't Pro Football Focus. It was some might have been CBS Sports. It was like some like big brand mock draft, and I'm thinking, okay, whatever you say. Like it's just kind of silly. But the point is, it's going to be a pretty decent draft class. Yeah. But I think the thing with Jadarian is I think he's going to test well, and he's going to have production on what I think is going to be a really good team.
Yeah.
And he'll now be 3 years removed from his knee injury. That's the other part of it is if you're him, you got to, do I want to come back and risk getting hurt again? Because once you have that one, because he was on the verge as a freshman. People forget this. This was said to me by 2 different Notre Dame coaches, not analysts, GAs, coaches. During the spring, he might start for us in the fall. If he keeps doing what he's doing, he might start for us in the fall. This was before the injury. And then I had another coach tell me after the injury that, dude, he was on the verge of, starting over Audric Estime and Logan Diggs as a freshman. That's how good he was when he first got here. And, I think people forget that. And it's go watch the highlights last year, and you're going to go watch what he did to USC when Jeremiah got hurt, and you'll remember why this is a big-time running back.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to risk coming back and getting hurt again? That would be the thing that I would be concerned about.
Yeah.
And I think the NFL will kind of appreciate the lack of wear and tear if he can improve the pass pro and pass catching part of his game. Because, again, I think the pass catching part isn't a problem for him. It's the pass pro part.
Yep.
And I think if he can improve in pass pro, that gives them more more of a push to say, hey, let's go more 20 and 21 personnel in early downs because we can leave Jadarian in the backfield and know that he can pick up blitzers or help in the pass game.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Buy So Hold. Sam Hartman wins an Emmy Award for Best Supporting Actor on the Hallmark Channel Awards.
My wife has made a comment about how she likes watching Hallmark movies. And she has commented that Sam Hartman looks like a dude that you'd see in one of the Hallmark movies, like one of the leading men. So I'm going to buy that. I'm going to absolutely buy that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'll buy that too. I also, the more I think about it, I don't think it's as much of a coincidence anymore that Lauren got really into Notre Dame football at the start of 2023.
When Marcus Freeman's the head coach and Sam Hartman's the quarterback. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Yeah. She's going, I'd love to go to a game with you. It's I bet.
I bet you would.
I bet on Sunday I'm going to hit the gym because you just watched me eat 8 hot dogs at this tailgate. So I'm going to. Yeah. But I'm buying that as well. Buy So Hold from Teach Like a Champion. Making Mike Mickens the highest paid DB coach in the country, assuming he isn't already, can keep him in South Bend past this season.
Buy-ish. I mean, look, if a good school comes at him with a D coordinator job, it won't be about the money. Mm-hmm. And all coaches have career aspirations. You want to be a D coordinator and a head coach, you're not going to go from DB coach to head coach at a Power 5 school. You're going to have to become a D coordinator first. He understands that. But I would definitely make it happen just to make sure that, hey, it might – see, here's what that could do is I also think Mike Mickens is a smart guy, and he understands just taking any D coordinator job does not advance my career. Like taking the DC job at a school where the head coach is going into the season on the hot seat may not be the smartest idea because if he gets fired, you're all getting fired. And so I think he understands it. So, if you're going to make him the highest paid coach, what that allows him to do is say, listen, I can be a little bit smarter about which one I take. I'm not going to take that job for a team that can't recruit talent and can't recruit the kind of players that I want. And, I like to run a defense this way where you're not recruiting corners that can play that kind of defense when you go to this school. Got to be savvy about that. So I could see that. As that helps you. But at the same time, if the right D coordinator job comes along, it really won't matter what you're offering him because like all coaches, he has aspirations most coaches, he has aspirations, I believe, of being a head coach someday.
Yep.
And you're probably not going to get that from DB coach at Notre Dame to head football coach in college.
True.
It's just harder.
Very true. Buy So Hold. If Notre Dame does lose Mickens after this year, it will take a replacement like Sider replacing McCullough for there not to be a precipitous drop-off in DB recruitment and development.
No, definite buy. Definite buy. You're going to need to hit a grand slam home run to replace him. And I would argue that it's even tougher because as good of a job as Dylan McCullough did, he'd only been here for 3 years. Mike Mickens is going into his 6th year at Notre Dame. So he's completely – because his first year is in 2020.
That's right. Buy, sell, hold from Teach Like a Champion. Even though you mentioned not loving Notre Dame's recent change or shift in their recruiting philosophy, not taking so many commitments early, and then having to fight off them flipping, but going after bigger fish and playing the long game, you were starting to come around, and given their recent successes and their standing with many high-level uncommitted players.
Yeah, I think you've conflated two different things, because I definitely have not said I don't like the shift in philosophy. What I have said very clearly is they had to do that early in their tenure. Now they don't have to. I'm fine with that shift. And I actually criticized them last year for taking certain guys early in the process. I didn't think they should have taken the running backs early. What I think you're conflating is I didn't like their quarterback philosophy in 2027. I didn't like the fact that they still have yet to offer a 2027 quarterback. I don't like that philosophy. I hope it works out, and it may work out, but I don't like that philosophy. I never said that I didn't like the shift in philosophy, because this was always where you were going to go. Ideally, you wanted to get to the point where you are now using the success you had building your roster and your team to then go after some of the quote unquote bigger fish. So I'm selling this because I think the premise of the submission is incorrect, because I'm not starting to come around. I have to sell it because I can't start to come around to something that I supported and criticized the thing that you say that I supported a year ago. There may be times where I say, you should have gone after this guy. You should have gone after this guy. So I reject the premise of the submission. But if I look at it from what I think you are kind of conflating is the quarterback one, that one I'm not coming around on yet, because I haven't seen who they're going to get. I may look back and be like, hey, you know what? It was a risky strategy, but it paid off because you got, Malachi Ziegler or Peyton Houston or Peter Bork. Okay, cool. Hey, man, worked out. You got a stud. But I'm obviously not there yet. I'm okay waiting on Trey Taylor to shoot for better players. I can live with that. But you may end up with none of them. So I'm just going to push back a little bit on it, and I think you just might, because we give a lot of different opinions. I think this might be confusing two different conversations into one. Just fine, it happens. But I definitely did not have that first view. Unless, Trevor, correct me if I'm wrong. Unless you remember me making that argument, I don't believe I made that argument that I don't like the new strategy.
Nope. No, I don't. I don't recall you saying that. So. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. The following path through the playoffs would be the best for erasing all gaps, narratives, and back monkeys, etc. So I'm assuming, well, I guess we'll just do one each then. So buy, sell, hold, Oregon at home.
I actually kind of think the whole thing should be looked at in view, the way that he has it.
Okay.
Oh,
I see. Yep. I
path. Yeah. Makes sense. I'm going to buy the teams in there, but I would just change the order a little bit. I think beating Ohio State or Bama in the title would mean more than beating Texas in the title. Because when was the last time Texas won a national title? It was 05?
Yep.
There's the Texas is back stuff, but Texas hasn't won anything meaningful in a while. They lost their playoff game in 2023. Great. They beat Clemson at home in 2024, needed overtime to beat her. I don't know that beating them is going to give you the same, in the championship. I would say I'd want to beat Oregon at home. That would be huge. I think there is a narrative there because from a recruiting standpoint, they're a hot program. They're probably the most popular program amongst recruits, just as far as they're the cool program. I think beating Alabama in the quarterfinals, I don't know that does a whole lot for you that you didn't already get by beating Georgia last year. Alabama hasn't won a title since 2020. Georgia's won 2 since then. But I think that if Bama's good, let's say they're the SEC champs, and let's say they're the 1 seed, and Notre Dame and Oregon are the 8-9 for some reason. You beat Oregon at home, and then you play Bama, who's the 1 or 2 seed, 1 seed, who's really good. It's a really good Bama team. You beat them, sure. And then in the semis, you play Ohio State, who let's say they're the 4 seed, or let's say Bama's the 2 seed and you beat them and Ohio State's the 3 seed. I just would flip. I mean, that'd be. I mean, you're accomplishing what you're saying you want to accomplish with the 4 in the order you have it in. Like, no question about it. It's perfectly fine in the order you have it. I'm just saying if it's like the ideal scenario, I think just flipping Ohio State and Texas, or even I'd even say put Bama in the semis and then Ohio State in the title game, because let Bama win a game in the postseason and do it impressively, and now you beat them. Whereas last year, because Georgia didn't play anybody else in the playoffs, you almost could get away with the whole, oh, well, they weren't as good as in the past, blah, blah. But if they would have played somebody else in the quarterfinals and smacked them, and then you have to go play them in the semis and you smack them like the way that you did, I think that means something different. So I just don't know that Texas helps with recruiting, but I don't know if it erased any gaps, narratives, or monkeys on the back, because I think Texas has their own gaps and narratives and stuff. What's wild is that Oregon is even in this conversation, and I think he's right because they are a hot program, but Oregon has literally never won a title. And they only played for the title once ever, or actually twice. They choked one game away and got smacked in the other one. Their current head coach has never won anything meaningful. It's in the postseason, and Big Ten titles are quite an accomplishment. But the fact that Oregon's in that, honestly, if you want to ask me like the perfect narrative, the perfect path to the playoffs that does all of that, it's this. This is the order, Trev. It's LSU at home. It's Oregon in the quarters. It's Texas or Bama. It's Bama in the semis, and then it's Ohio State in the championship, or Texas or Bama in the semis, then Ohio State in the title. Because I don't know that beating Bama with Kalen DeBoer also gives you the same. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that Bama does what we think it's going to do, because you're not beating Nick Saban's Alabama, where you did beat Kirby Smart's Georgia. So that's why I think Texas over Bama in the semis might mean more than beating, Texas in the semis with Sark, I think would mean more to your program than beating Bama with Kalen DeBoer, who hasn't won anything at Alabama. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So I just think LSU, Oregon, Texas, then Ohio State, that would be my path, where it's like there's no excuse making. There's no, but they were this, but they were that. None of that. That's all monkeys erased, or all narratives erased, all gaps closed, all monkeys permanently off backs.
I would keep Oregon at home, and then I would keep Oregon at home, and then I would say Ohio State in the quarters. And hear me out why. I don't think the monkeys would be off of any backs or erase the narratives for Notre Dame if they beat Ohio State in the national championship. Because I think the takeaway would be, well, it's a rematch for 2024. Notre Dame had a lot of returning players from that team, and Ohio State lost 80% of their starters. So it's like, yeah, you beat Ohio State, but you didn't beat their title team.
You don't think that beating them in the quarters would make an even stronger argument for that? Because if you beat them in the quarters, they haven't proved. I mean, like if they make it to the title game, you're like, wow, they were every bit as good as they were last year, because look what they did in the quarters and look what they did in the semis. Whereas if you beat them in the quarters, that means they're probably the Big Ten champs, and you're going to get the same stuff said about them that people said about Georgia.
Yeah, but I think
as they were last year.
I think the national title, if Notre Dame were to win it, holds more precedent than what they did in the quarters. Like I think the narrative, if Notre Dame beats Ohio State in the national championship, that will be the narrative, regardless of how true it is of what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think the narrative goes away. You beat Ohio State. They didn't have Quinshon Judkins. They didn't have Travion Henderson. They didn't have Will Howard. They didn't have Denzel Burke. They didn't have JT Tuimoloau. I could go on and on and on.
Then I would say just Ohio State shouldn't be in there at all for that reason.
I like them in the quarters because that means they would have beaten the Big Ten champs.
Okay.
Like, because I'm coming at this from the perspective, like, I don't have Ohio State ranked as my number one team coming into the season. I don't think that they're going to make it back to the national title game. I'm not saying that you do either, but I'm just saying, like, I think
I don't.
For them losing everything that they did to then make the playoffs and win the Big Ten, that's a good season for them with everything that they lost from last year's title team.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would go Oregon at home. I'd go Ohio State in the quarters. I would go Alabama in the title game because they haven't won it since 2020. But as a program, when I think of like college football national championship, Alabama is still one of the first teams that I think of. Michigan won it more recently than them. But when I think of national champions in college football, Michigan doesn't come to mind.
Right.
And so that's where I would be, because it would be like Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame is a team on the rise. Alabama's that championship caliber program. Notre Dame shut the door on Alabama trying to return to that stage. Yeah, I think that would carry more weight than beating an Ohio State team that doesn't have everything that they had from their.
I think that the narrative would actually be stronger beating Ohio State than Alabama, just because I just don't think people view Alabama by and large, because you're talking about national narratives, right? Mm-hmm. And that's a fair point. I think beating Alabama, the narrative there would be, well, you didn't beat Nick Saban's Alabama. And you know what? It's correct. I mean, it's correct. But at the end of the day, I don't give a crap what anybody says about Notre Dame if they win the national title. I'll take it. And I think especially true, Trev, in a 4-game playoff.
Yeah.
Because you can't say, well, yeah, you didn't – your title doesn't mean as much because this team who finished 5th should have got in over this team, and if you'd have played them, they'd have beat you.
Yeah, true.
I think you win it now. It's like, look, dude, you had to be – even if you didn't beat a very good team to get there, like let's say you get your TCU version of 2025, you would have had to beat some dudes in the semis and the quarters to get there. So – I don't give a rip what the people say if Notre Dame wins it. Title's a title now, especially now. Like BCS era, you shouldn't have been in there. Miami should have been your opponent. You shouldn't even played Oklahoma. That doesn't mean anything. You didn't even play the best team in the country because you didn't play Miami. Can't say that now.
Mm-hmm. Buy-sell hold from Tyler Anders. Chad Bowden's departure to USC and his actions since is the biggest coaching betrayal in Notre Dame sports history. For example, his comments after leaving, then tampering with Notre Dame players.
Biggest betrayal in Notre Dame history. Well, I mean, he wasn't a coach, so. But, I mean, looking at it from the perspective of what you're asking, like, I don't think it's a betrayal. I think it's just Chad being Chad, and it's a little frustrating. But I'm trying to even think of even another example of what one would be. I didn't really love Link Jarrett leaving to go to Florida State, but I understood it. Kind of like I understood Matt Doherty going over there. What would be another? I mean, I'm trying to think of what another example would be. I mean, yeah, somebody just in the chat, the biggest betrayal in no, you know what? Jason Smith nailed it. This is the biggest betrayal in Notre Dame coaching history. Bob Davie stabbing Lou Holtz in the back and playing a role in getting Lou Holtz run out of town. Mm. Yeah, I like that one. Tyler, I mean, Chad's thing is up there. I get the frustration. It's, dude, like Marcus Freeman kind of brought you here. He gave you this opportunity, and this is how you repay him. Like, I don't have a problem with him going. Like, the first part has nothing to do with betrayal. He got a great opportunity. Got paid a lot of money to go back to where he used to live. I have no problem with him going to USC. None. How he's conducted himself since then, that's obviously problematic. And some of the things he's done. So I kind of buy that. But that Lou Holtz, Bob Davie one, yeah, that's a good one, Jason. It's a really good one. I didn't even think about that one. Mm. It's a really good one.
Buy-sell hold. Notre Dame starting quarterback will have over 300 passing yards against USC, and the backup will have 150.
This is a hope buy for me. So what Tyler, this kind of plays on Tyler's last question about the betrayal for Chad Bowden. I would love it if CJ Carr just goes out there and rips up USC, especially since Chad really wanted Dante Moore and wasn't happy that Tommy Rees pushed so hard for CJ Carr, knowing it would hurt them with Dante. That would be kind of fitting. But if CJ goes for over 300 and Kenny comes in and goes for over 150, that means Marcus Freeman is doing what we hope he's going to do, which is Mike, run it up. Leave no doubt. He's what he's saying to Mike Denbrock. I would freaking love that. Love that.
Yeah.
I'm
with all the stuff
that, Trev. I'm hope buying it.
Oh yeah, with all the stuff that's gone on this offseason, and with this potentially being the last Notre Dame USC home game for the foreseeable future, I hope they drop a 50 burger. I mean,
that's it. 50, dude. I want 70.
I'd like 100. I mean,
50. Come on, man.
But I know.
Yeah. Somebody said the betrayal is Kelly leaving for LSU while Notre Dame was in. That wasn't a betrayal. That was. I'm happy about that one. I didn't feel betrayed at all. I'm like, finally.
Yeah.
Finally, he's gone. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Like, let's celebrate. Like, are you kidding me? It wasn't a betrayal. That was phenomenal. I was happy about that. Like, that's tremendous.
And then in the most Brian Kelly fashion, he left the way that he did.
Yeah, and then he runs his mouth about, I want to go somewhere where the players want to be champions and all this other kind of bull crap. So, yeah.
Well, like the news broke and he just texted the team after the news broke. He's like, hey, meeting at 7 a.m. the next day. And then he was already seen getting back into his car like 7:07.
Yeah.
What could you possibly have said? Hey, guys, see ya. All right.
Yeah.
Go Irish on 3. Like, all right. Whatever, man. Whatever.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame running backs will combine for over 275 yards on the ground and receiving. I think this is all in pertains to the USC.
Yeah, I could see more happening than the first one. Because, they were kind of close to that last year. I mean, because Jeremiah went for 99 before he got knocked out on the first drive of the third quarter. So he went for 99. Jadarian went for $112, correct? Yeah, $111. So that's 210 right there. Jeremiah also had 38 yards receiving, so that's 248, and then Jadarian had -1, so that's 247. So they were close to that last year. So I could see that even more so than that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Because that's more of you want to embarrass somebody, you don't throw it all over the yard. You run it down their friggin' throat and be like, I dare you to stop me. Yeah, I dig that. Of course, I would love both 300 and 275. I'll take that.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's defense accounts for at least 4 turnovers. I see multiple interceptions and at least 1 punishing hit jarring the ball loose.
So that's the side of the ball that I have the most confidence is going to absolutely rip USC up.
Yeah.
As long as the coaching doesn't fail them. Because I think the Notre Dame players are going to be really pissed off about how they played against USC last year. I think the defense is going to be really pissed off going into that game. I could see Christian Gray having 3 of those.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from JP is for Notre Dame. Notre Dame transfer portal recruiting has been more successful than Notre Dame high school recruiting the last 2 years.
Sell. I mean, their portal recruiting has been very good the last 2 years, and we broke that down yesterday. But there was a lot of solid players in last year's portal class. There was only one great player, and that was Riley Leonard.
Yep.
We don't know what this year's are going to be, but Notre Dame has recruited the high school level very well the last 2 years. So this is more of a praising the high school recruiting more so than dinging the transfer portal recruiting. So I'm going to sell this. I think they've both got what's needed. But I'm going to go high school much more so than transfer portal. So I'll sell that one.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Buy, sell, hold from Detective Marty Hart. Notre Dame has over 1.5 interior defensive linemen drafted in the 2026 NFL draft. I'm buying because I'm bullish on a big year from Jason Onye that gets him drafted, as well as Gabe Rubio and or Jared Dawson, showing enough with their size to be day 3 picks.
I'll buy that. I'd take the over. I'd buy that. Between the 3 of them, I think 2 of them could get drafted. Certainly. I mean, I wouldn't be completely out of the question if all 3 of them. Now, part of this, Trev, is like you said earlier, if it's an incredibly deep D-tackle class, then somebody's going to people get pushed down.
Yeah.
And I don't know what next year's D-tackle draft class looks like. I have no clue. But I could certainly see if Gabriel Rubio has the kind of year where we think he could have, and Onye and Jared Dawson, I could certainly see, if not all 3, definitely 2 of them. So I'll buy that. Because he didn't say where. He didn't say they'll all be day 1 picks or first-round picks. He just said get drafted. I'd buy that.
I'll buy that too. A lot of this too will be affected by Notre Dame, how far they make it into the postseason. If they win a national championship, you can essentially just add a couple of draft picks to whatever
100%
they're projected.
100%. So we're to the Lucky Duck part of the show. So we'll start off with his super chat and then get to his questions.
You got it. Thank you so much for the super chat, Lucky Duck. Buy, sell, hold. Ohio State and Clemson are Notre Dame's biggest recruiting rivals now and for the foreseeable future.
I'm going to sell that. I would have said that before Chad Bowden got hired at USC. But Notre Dame and USC are going to go against each other for a lot more kids the next couple of years than Clemson. I would say they're the biggest recruiting rivals for Notre Dame to get receivers. Certainly. But overall, I still think USC is a little bit more. I think another team that you're seeing Notre Dame go toe-to-toe with a lot more now is Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually finally beating Georgia for some of those guys. So, yeah, I think, Texas A&M. I don't think you're far off, Lucky Ducks. Honestly, I don't think you're that far off. But I'm gonna sell with not a lot of conviction because I think you can make a case that that's true. But I would say Ohio State and maybe USC is still in there now that Chad's there. Before Chad got there, USC wasn't even an afterthought. But like they got 3 D tackles I would love for Notre Dame to get. They, Samote Kataongo was silent commit to Notre Dame and then got flipped to USC. So now again, I think he was silently committed more so because of his relationship with Chad Bowden than Al Washington. I think Al Washington liked other players better than Samote. Whereas Chad, he was his top guy. So just an evaluation difference. So I don't know that Al Washington's like all shook up about him having to settle for Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Iwatade. I think he liked those guys more. You could say maybe he's not right about that. I'm just telling you that's what I believe to be true, where Chad was the primary driver of and I think Al Washington likes Samote a lot, but I think he just liked the guys that he got even better. I think he would have rather had all 3. I think he would have taken all 3 and been happy about it. But, but that's still a recruiting win over Notre Dame. And then they got Jamian Winfield, who's really good. They got Malik Brooks, who Notre Dame offered, so that, they're going the Talanoa Illa kid from California that Notre Dame likes. There's been some DBs that they tried to recruit that committed to USC. So, yeah, Trent Mosley, who Notre Dame was recruiting, went to USC. So, I think USC is still a bigger rival right now than Clemson. Something I would not have said 6 months ago because it wasn't a competition between Notre Dame and USC 6 months ago. It was dominated by Notre Dame.
Fair enough. Another buy-sell hold from Lucky Duck 512. The USC game will be the game where Malachi Fields emerges as the number 1 receiver for the rest of the season after Greathouse starts the year being the number 1 target.
That's game, what was that, game 6?
7.
7? See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's game 7. I think it'll happen before game 7. But I don't think you're that far off.
Yep.
So I'm going to sell that. And look, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Jaden Greathouse is their number 1 receiver all year. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Because number 1 doesn't always mean most volume. Number 1 could be, okay, Malachi had 8 catches for 120 yards, but in every big moment in that game, Jaden Greathouse, who had 5 catches for 60 yards, was the target. Well, who's your true number 1 in that situation? The guy that caught more balls because of the nature of the offense, or the guy that the quarterback looked to every single time it was a big moment? I could see that. Could absolutely see that, Trevi. There's a scenario in which Jaden Greathouse would be considered by the quarterbacks the top receiver, but Malachi has more production because of the nature of the offensive system. I could certainly see that.
Yep. Well, I've said it all off season long. I think Notre Dame is in a spot where they're going to have a 1A, 1B type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of what you described. So I'm with you.
I just feel, Trev, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. If Malachi becomes the number 1, like where in all the ways we consider number 1, I think it happens before game 7. If he's going to emerge as that, it'll happen sooner than – it may not happen game 1 or game 2, but it happens before you get to game 7.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree.
Good. That's a much different way of putting a conversation we've had a lot about, which that's a good one.
Buy, sell, hold. If Notre Dame goes 11-1, the worst team to lose to would be Syracuse.
Oh, buy the heck out of that. Yes. You lose at home on senior day to Steve Angeli late in the season, so it also impacts your ranking in the college football playoffs. Yes, that would be like when I originally read this question, I meant like the worst team, just record wise. But I think he's even saying more than that, the way that I'm reading it now. I think that would be actually absolutely the worst case scenario for Notre Dame. Yes.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't factor into like senior day, last home game late in the season. I was like, guys, we were putting so much weight into the Steve Angeli thing. But even
just that is like you picked a quarterback and then that guy that you chase out the door came back and beat you on your stadium.
Yeah. Big picture, that would be tough.
And you don't think they're going to be that good this year either.
Mm-mm.
So
no, I
that
don't.
would be part of it too.
I don't. Like I said, I don't. I think you need more than one person to play well to win football games. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like saying Drew Pine in 2022 beat Clemson. But no, after painting the whole picture, yeah, that would be the worst loss for sure.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. All of the opponents on Notre Dame's schedule will finish with the same or less number of wins as last season.
Same or less. Sell. There's a couple that I think USC wins more games than they won last year. I think Texas A&M wins more games than they went 8-5 last year, correct? I think they went 8-4 in the regular season, lost to USC, right? USC went 7-6. I think both of them could win more than they won last year. I think Purdue only has to win 2 and I think Purdue has done enough in the transfer portal that I think they'll win more than 2 games. I'm very curious to get your thoughts on that, Trev. I think, but I mean, Purdue, when you look at all they've got in the portal, they start the season off with Ball State and Southern Illinois. They also get Rutgers at home. Like they play Northwestern, who I don't know how good those. I think Purdue will win more than they did last year, but that's a very low bar. Like a very low. I think Arkansas could be better than they were last year. So yeah, I think Pitt also could be better than they were last year because of how much they see. This is why I got to let you get in there, Trev, because I see your reaction. You agree with that one as well. They collapsed down the stretch. They were never as good as they were when they were 7-0. They were not as bad as they looked when they collapsed down the stretch. If Eli Holstein is healthy, I think Pitt's probably could potentially be an 8-win team.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, even Boston College, they're going into year 2 of Bill O'Brien. They're going to have a better quarterback that fits what he wants to do on offense a little bit more. Stanford is the only team that I see doing worse. I don't even know if they make it to 3-9. The program right now is in not a good way. But I'm with you on Purdue. They have a better head coach. I think they have better overall talent. Now, again, like we've talked about before, I could not tell you which way it goes when a team is built up literally entirely of all transfer portal kids. So that's going to be interesting. But it would have to be, I would deem it a disappointment if they went 2-10 again, especially in the same fashion that they did. To this day, one of the most insane stats that I've heard in sports is Purdue could have started out with a 34-point head start last season and still gone 6-6. Like, I don't think that if they go 2-10 again, especially in that fashion, that'd be more of a disappointment than what they did last year at 2-10. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think I'm selling that too. I think the opponent's overall record will.
That is still one of the craziest statistics that anyone's ever shared with me ever.
Mm-hmm.
That is just such a.
And with, I think, what was it? With like 4 of the opponents, they could have started out with a 34-0 head start and still lost by double digits.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, I mean, that's wild.
Yeah. Somebody asked, I'm going to go there. Did we? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Buy, so hold again from Lucky Duck 512. Georgia will miss the SEC championship game this year.
Buy. I definitely buy that. I don't have Georgia in the SEC title game. I don't have my full SEC's predictions out, but I promise you that's one that I will have. I can assure you of that.
I like that. I'm buying that as well. Buy, so hold, Luke Fickell needs to win at least 7 games this year, or he will start to be on the hot seat.
I mean, is he not on it now?
I was just about to say I'm selling that because I think he's already on
It's
it.
at least warm. I mean, if he I'll ask you this: if he repeats what they did last year, does he still have a job at Wisconsin next season? What 5-7?
Like, not being bowl eligible at a place like Wisconsin is a fireable offense if you do that multiple years in a row.
And they weren't even good the year before. I mean, that's the thing. It's not like they just had one of those weird down years. Like, look, man, we're going to be fine. We had a really super young team. We lost a lot of really close games. We're going to be okay. They were bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they went 5-7, and their wins were over Western Michigan, 28-14, South Dakota, 27-13. You beat Purdue, who's terrible. The win at a blowout win at Rutgers is that's a really good win. And then your other win was over a 4-8 Northwestern team who you beat 23-3. You lost to Bama by 32, USC by 17, Penn State by 14, Iowa by 32, Nebraska by 19, and at home to Minnesota by 17. Your only good loss was a home loss to Oregon by 3. Like, they weren't even competitive in most of those games. And the game you lost by 17 to USC, you were winning like 21-3 or something like that. Like, what? Do you remember that game, Trevor? Do you remember what let me pull that, because they were winning. It might have been 21-10. Let me pull that box score up, because I remember seeing at halftime, like, oh, USC's in trouble, dude. Like, they're in trouble. Like, they had just lost to Michigan. We weren't super high on that team anyway, and they were down. It was 21-10 at halftime. So it was 21-10, not 21-3. They were down 21-10, and USC outscored Wisconsin 28-0 in the second half of that game. How's he not on the hot seat? Like, that's what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
And people can say, well, they lost their starting quarterback. That's not an excuse at a place like Wisconsin. It's just not. Your starting quarterback should not be the reason that you were as bad as you were last year. I'm sorry. Teams lose their starting quarterbacks all the time. That should not be why you couldn't beat Minnesota at home.
Be competitive with Minnesota.
Exactly. I mean, you weren't even competitive with Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. I'm selling that strictly because I think he's already on it.
Yeah.
But I get where you're coming from, for sure. Buy, sell, hold, Northwestern makes a bowl game.
Sell. I'm not super high on Northwestern this year. They've had a couple surprisingly nice portal pickups actually this offseason, but overall, Trev, I'm a sell on them. I like I said, I did like the Preston Stone pickup. I didn't even realize he had gone there until a couple weeks ago when we were looking at different rosters, but they had to turn over that roster a bit. I don't love all the guys they got. Like, they got a starting linebacker from Purdue. Okay. That was a terrible defense. Like, I saw something where they were talking about like the best players in college football coming back, and they're like Dylan Theineman better than
Don Schuler.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, I watched that guy against Notre Dame, and he looked like that guy doesn't know. Like, you're still going off of what he did as a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
No. And so, yeah, getting somebody from that defense doesn't really make me feel all warm and fuzzy about we're going to be great on defense this year.
No.
So,
Nope. The only one I can confidently say from their defense that has some sort of good upside is Will Helt, the D end.
Get doing at Clemson. Yeah.
Yep. But outside of that.
Yeah. I have a feeling we'll see what he does at the combine, but I have a feeling, this is just my opinion, not an NFL draft expert, the NFL is not going to like Dylan Theineman as much as draft Twitter likes him.
Nah.
Just my hunch.
Buy, sell, hold. Oregon loses at Penn State only to beat Penn State in the Big Ten title game.
Let me look at Oregon's schedule real quick because I want to. If I remember correctly, Oregon doesn't have like a super challenging schedule this year, Trev. I could be wrong on that, but I thought I remember. So they play in league at Northwestern, at Penn State, home against Indiana, at Rutgers, home against Wisconsin, at Iowa, home against Minnesota, home against USC, at Washington. So I think we had a similar conversation about this. I could see them playing in the Big Ten title game, even though I don't know how good they're going to be because that schedule's pretty. Like if they lose to Penn State, they'd have to get really upset by major upset by somebody. The best team they play in the second half of the season is probably Indiana, and they get them at home after a bye week. They should smack Rutgers. They should beat Iowa. I mean, I think Iowa could maybe make it a game for a while, especially with the Gronowski kid at quarterback, and they have some decent players. But they shouldn't have the athletes to stay with Oregon for 4 quarters. But we'll see. So I'll buy that for now. I still think Ohio State's going to have something to say about who plays in the Big Ten title game. But I'll buy that for now.
I'm going to sell it because I don't think both Penn State and Oregon make the Big Ten title game.
That's kind of where I'm at. I think the only reason Oregon's schedule is just kind of.
Oh yeah.
Who do you have in it? You have Michigan in it right now?
In the Big Ten title game?
Yeah.
Oh no, I have Ohio State and Oregon.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
So Penn State's the team that you're not sold on. Okay. Because let me pull up Penn State's schedule. Because do they play at Ohio State next year?
I am not 100%.
They do.
Sure.
They play Oregon at home. They play at UCLA, home against Northwestern, at Iowa, home against Indiana, at Michigan State, home against Nebraska, at Rutgers, and then of course they have November 1st at Ohio State. Both of them have pretty easy roads. That's kind of for me Penn State and Ohio State. Where you look at Penn State and Oregon, I could see that. Whereas Ohio State has to play at Washington, they have to play at Illinois, they have to play at Michigan, and they get Penn State at home. So these schedules are exactly why I'm so sick and tired of crybabies like Lincoln Riley talking about how tough the league is.
Yeah.
Look at all these good teams we have in our league. You never play them all. You don't even ever play 3 of them. So shut up and stop crying. Oh gosh, you got to beat Wisconsin and Illinois and Penn, you got to play 1 or 2 good teams a year. How about you play in the SEC West for a couple years and then you come talk to me? Just stop being a crybaby. Seriously, it's a bad look. I used to respect you as an offensive mind. Now I don't even do that because you're so soft. It's come on, dude. They all 3 have relatively kind of not super hard paths. So I think Ohio State's a little bit tougher. That leads us into the next one there, Mr. Trowbridge.
By so hold, Ohio State will start and end the regular season with losses.
So I want to get your opinion. Texas at home to start, at Michigan at the end.
I'm selling this because I don't think they lose both. I think they lose to Texas in the opener, and I think they beat Michigan.
Oh, Mr. I need to see it. Has Ohio State beating Michigan on the road. I love it.
Yeah, the common theme for me is I think this will be the year that Ohio State finally makes it back and wins the Big Ten after some absence and beats Michigan, but then won't win the national title, causing a lot of Ohio State fans to be like, we can never have all of it.
I have told my buddy that when they stop the streak, it'll be in Michigan. It'll be in Ann Arbor. I do, and this gives them I thought it was because I said it last year, I was well, looks like I'm going to be wrong about my thing, and Ohio State said, don't worry, Brian, we got you. We're gonna choke this game away, and we'll get it back next year. But yeah, I don't see Michigan beating them this year. I just think Ohio State. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the season plays out. Let's get to some more over here.
Buy, sell, hold from Domer since birth. So buy one, sell one, hold one. Zachariah Branch, Malachi Fields, Trevor Pena as portal targets overall.
Buy Malachi Fields, hold Trevor Pena, sell Zachariah Branch.
I'm in the same boat. And then again, buy, sell, hold the same 3 as portal targets for Notre Dame's roster.
Same for me. The only reason I would consider Zachariah Branch as a hold is because of his return ability. That'd be the only reason that I'd consider it. But I think Notre Dame's got enough weapons in the return game to be just fine there. I remember watching Zechariah Branch with a nice long return against Notre Dame 2 years ago, and then I remember Jadarian Price saying, anything you can do, I can do better, and I'm actually going to score on mine and not get hawked by a punter. So, yeah, I had to get that little dig in there. It'd be the same for both.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if Trevor Pena wanted to look at Notre Dame because he wanted to go compete for championship, or it wasn't just about the money or whatever, and I don't know if it was about the money, he may have wanted to go to play for championship, and I respected his decision more to go to Penn State than to Miami. If he'd have gone to Miami, it's like, dude, you just took a payday.
Yep.
I think at Penn State, it's a little bit of both, maybe. Like, look, I want to get paid, but I also want to, I want to go out there and compete for championship. And this is a team that needs a guy like me to be better prepared to compete for a championship. So I actually kind of respected that opinion. I still think Malachi Fields is a better prospect and a better need. Like, Trevor Pena doesn't fit the need that Notre Dame had as nearly as well as Malachi Fields, because he's kind of the same role as Jaden Greathouse and the guys already have, where Malachi's that boundary guy, and they needed that far greater than they needed the other two styles of play from those two guys. So that's where I'm at on that one.
We see it the same.
And if you'd have asked me this before they got Malachi Fields, I'd have told you the exact same thing. I don't know why it went. Like, I didn't even touch it that time, and it went. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold again from Domer since birth. Chad Bowden will be an NFL general manager. Lincoln Riley will be an NFL offensive coordinator. Marcus Freeman will one day be Notre Dame's athletic director.
I'm gonna buy Lincoln Riley as an offensive coordinator. I'm gonna hold on Chad Bowden being an NFL general manager. I'm gonna sell Marcus Freeman being the AD at Notre Dame. I think he could do it, but I think if Marcus Freeman has the kind of career that he's going to have at Notre Dame, I see him doing different types of things than that. Number one, being on TV, and doing those type of things. But I wouldn't put it past him. But that's just I don't know that that's necessarily his ultimate. Because I don't think if he leaves to go coach in the NFL, he's going to come back and be the AD. I would have to see it as like some sort of transition from that. Not that he couldn't do the job. I think he's a pretty smart guy. It's just, I just think there's other things he would do if he has success at Notre Dame that would even put him in a position to do that.
Yep, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold from Bayside Tiger 6. 6 players with at least 2 touchdown receptions through the regular season and the playoffs.
That's a pretty easy buy.
Yep.
And they were at, let's see here. Let's go to Notre Dame. Where were they at last year? I mean, that's something that I'm pretty sure they've done multiple times.
I think
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 last year.
Yeah.
And the year before they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The year before. So I'm saying they've done this multiple times. 22, you had 5 in 2022. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in 2021. 1, 2, 3, 4 in 2020. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them in 2019. So that's been kind of the norm. So yeah, I'll buy that one.
Yeah, definite buy for me. And buy, sell, hold, the offense will average less plays per touchdown drive than 2024.
I don't even know what their average was. I haven't seen that statistic, so I can't really. I'd say I'm going to say buy it in theory because I think they'll be more efficient overall without losing the explosiveness. So, I could see that because it's less plays per TD drive, not per drive, because then it's not taking into account the number 3 and out. So, I still think that I don't know that we'll see as many 16-play drives like we saw multiple times in the playoffs. I mean, how many plays was the Ohio State drive? Isn't it 16?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
And I know the drive, the second touchdown drive against Indiana was 16 plays. I'm actually going to pull up the Ohio State game because it was close to it. It was a very long drive. It was 18 plays. We had 2 drives like that in the postseason alone.
Good Lord.
Because you were kind of like ground and pound mode at that point in time, So they had a 10-play drive for their second touchdown against Ohio State. So I think you're just going to see more of that, honestly, or you saw more of that because I just think some of the efficiency was not there. So you'd have some drives where you had maybe 3 or 4 incompletions and you had to convert 3rd and longs because of just the nature of where you were than what we saw this past season. So, yeah, I'll buy that without, like I said, without knowing the actual number. So I'm just kind of in theory, 12 play touchdown drive against Louisville, so 14 play drive against Georgia Tech. So, yeah, I mean, that was something that Notre Dame did somewhat regularly last season, and I don't think you'll see as much of that this year just because of the efficiency that they'll have.
Fair enough.
It's a good question.
Buy, sell, hold from Do It To It. Coach Freeman will have a first-round pick every year going forward. Most years will be multiple picks.
I'll buy that. I mean, to the point, Trev, where they'll eventually start having the same benefit of the doubt that other teams that are consistently national title contenders have, which is this guy may have been an early mid-second round pick, but because your guys start getting overdrafted, maybe they slide into round 1. I'll buy that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the more team success as well.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's championship window will be open during all of Coach Freeman's tenure.
Buy. Yeah, here's the caveat, as long as he maintains the same level of focus and hunger that he has now. The thing that hurt Coach Holtz is, from what I'm told by people that followed the team, were a little older than I was at the time, that Coach Holtz kind of got distracted by the speaking engagements. I know his wife Beth went through some health issues at one point in time to where maybe his focus wasn't on the drive, wasn't there later in his tenure like it was early. As long as that doesn't happen to Coach Freeman, then I certainly buy this.
Yep, me too. Buy, sell, hold from Hayden 32. Leaving out the team thinking they were going to have to cut 11 players to get to 105. Nobody else entering the portal is a testament to Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame building something special.
Dude, absolutely buy. Did they have to make some deals with certain players to make sure that they got NIL deals that they were comfortable with? Sure, that's part of the deal. If I'm making $100,000 for you and this school's offering to pay me $1 million, I don't need you to pay me $1 million, but you got to give me more than $100,000. I use just as truly a hyperbolic example. I'm just to make a point. It wasn't like a kid's making $300 at Notre Dame, another school offered him $400, and he's like, if you don't pay me $400, I'm out of here. Because I think they just tell that guy to pound sand and take a walk, But certainly you had to cut some deals with certain kids. But they're with kids that wanted to ultimately be here.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked by it, to be honest with you. I'm utterly shocked that, especially since the number of names and the people that you and I knew were looking to jump in, Trev, was kind of surprising to me.
Mm-hmm.
Very surprising to me, especially at running back.
Oh, yeah, man. It was to the point that, you and I every day would be texting back and forth. It's like, hey, so what's going on today? It's like, I don't know. So definitely.
Guys, we were just flat out told by good sources, yeah, he's leaving.
Yeah.
Really good sources. And then they were able to convince them and sell the vision of why they should stay. It's impressive. It's very impressive. If this was a program just built around the me culture that we see at like Tennessee, for example, there's no way this happens.
No
matter how much money they're offering, because some other school would offer and they would just say, but I want to go play. I want to get the touches. I want to get mine. Absolutely.
Buy, sell, hold from Hayden 32. Matt Jeffrey is one of the 5 fastest players on the team.
So you could make a case that Matt Jeffrey is one of the 5 best athletes on the team, like Jordan Faison, but I don't know that he has the speed that, Leonard Moores and some of those guys have, but he's a heck of an athlete. By the way, congrats to Matt Jeffrey, who was a walk-on wide receiver for Notre Dame, but he won the ACC Freshman of the Year for the lacrosse team. And you watch him play, you're like, dude, that guy's athletic. That guy's a really good athlete. But shout out to Matt Jeffrey for that. Congrats on that. I saw it was only the second Notre Dame player to ever win that award. It's pretty impressive. Now, again, this goes back to 2014 but still, you've got a team that's won multiple national titles and was always in the playoffs all the time. That's quite an accomplishment.
And buy, so hold. Matt Jeffrey will see playing time because of his speed.
So he's a good wide receiver for a walk-on, but he's not even their best walk-on receiver. Leo Scheidler is.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about a receiver that has a shot to a walk-on that might have a shot to play, it'd be Leo, not Matt.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. It's super odd. Notre Dame has 3 number 16s on the roster.
Yeah, it's not super. I mean, it's odd. Yeah, I'll buy that because I think it's James Rendell, Bronte Johnson, and Elijah Burris. They won't have that by the time we get to the fall. I promise you that. Because Bronte's a guy that may have a shot to be one of the gunners on punt team.
Yeah,
so,
true.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Tay Johnson has one of the great Notre Dame recruiting stories, working his butt off to get into school and continuing that work once at Notre Dame, in the classroom, and on the field.
Let me see him have success on the field first. But so far, it's a great story. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a great story. And by the way, Indy Milton fan, Jordan Faison is not the best walk-on receiver at Notre Dame because he's not a walk-on receiver. He was a walk-on for like 6 games of his freshman year. He's not a walk-on anymore. So, no, you're incorrect. He's not a walk-on. He's a scholarship football player. So, Leo Scheidler is their best walk-on receiver.
Buy, sell, hold from DC Healy. The first drive of the national championship game, although it had me celebrating and highly confident of Notre Dame's chances, took a toll on Riley Leonard that hampered the offense for the rest of the game.
I'll buy that as you watch some of the throws that were missed by him and a couple of the other drives later. I could say that maybe the pound that he took made that possible. That's possible. But it wasn't just him. I mean, it was linemen not making their blocks. It was a false start. It wasn't just Riley that kind of killed those next 2 drives. It was a lot of things. But I think that certainly to a degree hindered him. But I watched him in the second half, and he had plenty of juice left. I mean, I put this breakdown on the board. I hit 3 plays from the second and third drive. You remember this video that I did, Trev?
Oh, yeah.
And 2 of them were runs. They were about to run a play that Jadarian Price was about to house for 80 yards. I think it was the second drive of the game, and they blew it dead because of a false start. But guys, and then the second and long play, the second and 25 play, if Rocco Spindler, they're running like a little G-wrap, and if he keeps coming around and lead, Jadarian was like, you could see Jadarian was waiting on Rocco to bounce it outside. And Rocco eventually just runs into the other blockers. If Rocco gets outside on that play, Jadarian might score. I'm kind of confident he gets them at the worst case scenario. He gets them to a 3rd and less than 10. So you go from 2nd and 25 to at worst 3rd and less than 10. I think he gets the first down, and I think there's at least a 50-50 shot he scores on that play if Rocco gets outside. I'm not banging Rocco because Rocco battled his butt off. It happens to the best of them. But it was, and it was, even if you take away the misses that Riley had, it was those type of mistakes at multiple positions that plagued them in that first half. And they only had 1 other possession outside of those 2 where those things happened. So yeah, it was that kind of stuff that was a bigger issue than Riley being off, because Riley was off the first series. Even before he started taking a pounding, he was kind of missing guys on that first series.
Yeah, and that's consistent with what we saw from him in the regular season too. I will say about the Rocco play where he pulled and went inside shade of the tackle. He did that a couple other times in the season too. So I don't know, like in the regular season. So I don't know if that was a told to do it thing or if he just didn't read it well. But yeah, that was disappointing because he could have taken it to the house. Buy, sell, hold from Irish in Clemson backyard. Notre Dame has created a formula that will allow them to continue to retain top talent and necessary depth in the coming years.
I buy it overall. I don't think they're going to be able to keep it to quite the degree that they kept it this year. Eventually, you're just going to have too many really high-level players that are just going to get offered too much opportunity. And I don't mean just money. I mean opportunity. Do I want to be the 4th safety at Notre Dame or the number 1 at Oklahoma? Bama. I mean, it's just going to be a different animal. But I think overall, you'll have those cases, but overall, I absolutely think that the culture is such that they'll be able to always keep enough where they're okay. And then also the formula is such that when they lose guys to the portal, they're able to go replace those guys in the portal. Or they're so deep at that position that they just slide that next guy in and they're okay.
Yep. I agree. Buy, sell, hold from Brian P05. After rewatching the 3 playoff wins, it's getting frustrating watching Max Hurleman fair catch punts. In 2025, Notre Dame will continue the fans' criticism of being fair catch you.
Yeah, that'll continue, but I don't care as much about that as fans do. I don't. Catch the ball. That's at this point in time, the way punting is different than it used to be when Rocket was here, where they basically like have the 2 gunners and everybody else was kind of having to pass pro because of the old punting formation. Since they created that wall, you have more free runners going downfield now than you used to have. So you don't see that as much anymore in college football, especially at the Power 5 level. So I get frustrated when guys don't field the punt. That's what I get more frustrated by. I don't get as frustrated by, geez, guys, like you could have. I think you could certainly do a better job of some of the time making plays there. I'm just not someone who, because part of it is too, Trev, is just as a football coach, like when I hated. You like a nice punt return, but I would hate you. That's a lot of times is going to also get you into situations where you're also there's more risk of fumbling a ball and look, yeah, it's nice that you scored, but you fumbled that other time and you cost us a possession. We could have scored. We could have scored both times. And that's basically what it comes down to. Andy Milton fan, super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Buy, sell, hold, Faison, best former walk-on receiver on the roster. Sure. It doesn't change your original statement, which is he is not the best walk-on. But is he the best former walk-on? Sure, because he's the only former walk. He's also the worst former walk-on in the roster since he's the only one. I used to bust my mom's chops on this all the time, Trev. She'd be like, how's my favorite son? I'm like, well, that's kind of biased because you only have one. I'm also your least favorite son. So, depending on the day, I'm also your least favorite son. So, sure, he's the best former walk-on currently on the roster.
There we go.
Any Milton fan, buy, sell, hold. I guess he's just trying to stir things up today. Notre Dame beats Miami by 34. Sell. Let's get a couple of these super chats out.
Super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you for the super chat. I don't think Bama makes it either.
I'm not sure that I'm ready to throw Bama into the. This was up for the around the SEC title game conversation, and I'm not ready to necessarily put Bama in there yet. But I think Bama's got a shot. I think they've got a shot. I would be more comfortable with Bama than Georgia, but. Kind of like we talked about Notre Dame before the spring, I still need to see who their starting quarterback is going to be first before I'm ready to go there. But I like a lot about Bama, especially being in year 2. And again, getting Ryan Grubb to come back was huge.
Yeah,
for Kalen DeBoer, absolutely huge for him. Bama, I'd be more concerned about Bama than I would be about Georgia. That's just, I may be completely off base on that, but that's just kind of where I'm at. Mark won with a super chat. Thank you, Mark. Good question on the receivers. I wonder when this one was. I think this might have been the one we were talking about, the number ones.
Yeah.
I think is when this one popped up.
Yep.
So thank you for that, Mark. And then Isaac with us another super chat. Thank you, Isaac. What's more likely, USC makes the playoff or Penn State wins the championship? Trev, I'm gonna say this is more of a question than a buy so hold, but I would say if I had to buy, hold, or sell those, I would probably buy that it's more likely that Penn State wins a championship than USC makes the playoff. I think a team that made the semifinals and returns most of its talent outside of 2 studs has a better shot at making it to the playoff and winning a title than a team who went 6-6 last year and 7-5 the year before that.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep, we see that the same.
especially since they're in the same league. If USC was still in the Pac-12, I might actually sell Penn State winning it first because there'd be a little bit easier path, in my opinion, than it'd be Oregon, Washington, and USC would be kind of in the competition where now they not only have those teams still to battle with, but they also have Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, teams like that. So good one.
Buy sell hold from Brian P05. Coach Freeman and Coach Biaggi should bring back Joey Getherall to coach up and mentor the punt returners.
Brian is fired up about punt returns today.
I was about to say.
Sure. Why not? I love when former players come back. I don't know what Joey's doing now, but sure, let's do that. Let's bring him back. I mean, honestly, I think there's always merit to if you can get a former player that was really good at something to come back and has a specific skill. Like I think Marty Biaggi knows how to coach that to a degree, but he's never lived it. He's never done it. So when you get a chance to have a guy that was a pretty dynamic return guy in college, sure. Somebody said he's an LA detective. That's pretty flipping awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
So, but no, if he wanted to do that, sure, let's do it. Let's do it.
Why not?
But don't turn it over. That's my big thing. Just field the flipping ball and don't turn it over.
Yeah.
Don't let it roll 25 extra yards. Go get the ball. That's my number one priority.
Mm-hmm. Buy sell hold from Jake 8589. The offensive line will be configured differently, different personnel in different positions. Come to the end of the season versus the O-line that starts at Miami, and not because of injury, but because of performance on the field.
I'm going to sell this one, Trevor. I hope whoever Joe Rudolph decides to put on the starting lineup on game one is how the lineup should be, and they play phenomenal all season. That's what I hope for. Because if it's not a good offensive line, it's going to hurt them early because 3 of their first 4 games are losable games.
Mm-hmm.
So if he makes some bad decisions on who to put on the field, it's going to cost him a lot more early than it will late. So I'm gonna sell this one. Like, look, do I dislike some of his decision making? Sure. But the other part of it too is even just looking at that, he's never actually made the change because of performance. The change has always come because of injuries. Because if not for injuries, you could say, well, when Billy Schrouth came back, he benched Sam Pendleton because of performance. True. But he never would have done that if Billy Schrouth didn't get hurt and Rocco got a chance to start and show that he was a better player than Sam Pendleton was at the time. So it still goes back to injury is why he ended up making the change that was based on performance. So there's no evidence that he will make a change if he makes the wrong decision initially. Like, we never would have seen Charles Jagusah play a snap if it wasn't for injury in the postseason. Think about that. Not a snap.
Yep. Buy sell hold from Double Bogey. The 2027 quarterback recruiting strategy is not good.
Hold. We don't know. It's not what we like. It's not what we'd prefer, but we don't know that it's not good. We don't know. Like, it could end up working out like a charm. It could be like they go see all these guys and they offer that one dude who really likes Notre Dame, and he's just so blown away that they offered him and only him that he picks them. So I'm going to hold because it's not what I would do, but at the end of the day, the strategy that works is the best strategy, and if it works, then I can't say definitively that if it works that it's like, well, it also would have worked if you would have offered 7 guys and just kept it. Maybe
Sure.
It didn't work. I don't know. I can only go by what they actually did. So I'm going to hold. Let me see the result first. I personally wouldn't do that. I think there's a lot of risk in that one, but let's see kind of how it plays out.
Buy sell hold. 2 receivers get 8+ touchdowns and 600 or more yards.
I'm going to sell that because I'm not sure that they both get to 8 touchdowns. That's the one I'm a little bit more shaky on, but I don't sell that with great confidence, Trevor, because I could certainly see that. Like the 2 600 yards, I buy that easily by that one. Like that's an easy buy. But both getting to 8 touchdowns, so if CJ Carr throws for, let's say, 25 touchdowns, that's a big chunk of those touchdowns are just with 2 guys. That kind of goes against what we've said, which is I see it being spread around a lot.
Yeah.
So that one, that's the part I'm having a little bit of a tough time on. Like most of these receiver questions, it's not something that I think is out of the question. It's just, I'm just not there right now. Just not there right now.
Yeah, I get that. 600 yards, I think, is very doable just in the regular season from 2 receivers.
Yeah.
I think you would have to get well into the postseason for two receivers to each have 8 touchdowns. So, yeah.
Agree.
Buy, sell, hold from Double Bogey. Buy one, sell one, hold one. One of these coaches that are on the hot seat. Luke Fickell, Mike Norvell, Billy Napier.
So what does it mean to buy to sell? Does it mean if it buy, does that mean that guy's going to get fired? Or are we buying, does that mean that guy's going to do a good job and keep it?
Oh, I took it as like buying it means like
That
we
they're on the
believe
hot
that they're
seat?
on the hot seat. Yeah.
I buy that Mike Norvell's on the hot seat. I'm going to hold on Billy Napier, Luke Fickell, and I'm going to sell on. No, I'm actually going to flip. I'm going to buy Mike Norvell, hold Billy Napier, and sell Luke Fickell. Because I think that Luke Fickell is now going into his first year in the hot seat. So you can make a case that maybe his seat is not hot, that it's warm and it's going to take a second bad season. Where I think with Billy Napier, they're like waiting on him to fail. It's kind of like how it was with Gus Malzahn. He always do just enough to not get fired, but that one year he did enough to get fired there. They could not wait to fire him. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of view it like that. And Mike Norvell, you go 2-10, dude, you are in your seat is scalding hot. Scalding hot. So, yeah. You agree with that, Trev?
Mike Norvell is a weird one for me just because his seasons were so polar opposite. I mean, 2 seasons ago, he won the ACC. And then last year, he goes 2-10. Like, I just have no idea how to.
Bad 2-10, Trev.
Yeah.
Like closer to 1-11 than you were to 3-9.
Literally. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It was like, I thought the worst I was ever going to see was 15-16 Michigan State. That was even greater than, like, people talk about the difference from Notre Dame in 15-16. Notre Dame went 10-3 and then 4-8. Keep in mind that in 15, Michigan State made the college football playoff. And then in 2016 went 3-9. And one of their wins was over 4-8 Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like, this was way worse because that Michigan State team had some competitive games that year. Florida State was terrible.
Yeah.
And even before any injuries, they just were bad. Never seen anything like that, Trevor, in my life. The team to go from that extreme to where one year we're like, how did they not make the playoff? They got screwed, undefeated, got screwed. And then next year, they're like one of the worst teams in college football.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nuts.
Yep.
Absolutely nuts.
Yep. That's why I said I don't know how to evaluate him. Because of how bad last season was, I want to put him on the hot seat. But then I look at Luke Fickell at a brand like Wisconsin, going 7-6, and then to not bowl eligible the next year, to digress in year 2. I mean, that's yeah. But then 5-7 is better than 2-10, but 13-1 and a conference champion is significantly better than 7-6. So I don't know how to gauge that. You know what I mean?
And that was year 5 for Norvell. It's like with Fickell, so he's only in year 2. Like, give him some time as support there. Year 5, you went 2-10 in year 5.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from Double R. If CJ Carr is the starter, Kenny Minchey will still have 100 rushing yards and 500 passing yards.
Absolutely buy that. I think Notre Dame is going to have to allow Kenny Minchey to get some time in some blowout games, just because they are going to need him to have some of those opportunities. And we've seen it before. I mean, you look at Steve Angeli in 2023. He had 270 something passing yards.
Yeah.
Because he had like 230, he ended up with 500, and he ended up with 230 in the bowl game. So he had 270-ish going. And that's a guy that, I mean, I don't know that you necessarily felt the need to get him in and get him work. I think with Kenny, you're going to feel the need to get him in and get him work just in case his number gets called. You want him to have some experience. So, yeah, I'll buy that. Over the course of an entire season, I'll buy that.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Kedron Young ends up with more carries than Williams on Notre Dame's national championship team.
I love the premise of the net. Yes, I love that. I'll buy.
Yep. I'll buy for me as well.
We have 2 more, by the way.
Okay. Buy, sell, hold from Wade Garrett. Notre Dame will end up with a top 7 2026 class according to the recruiting services and a top 7 class according to BD's analysis.
Buy. When I've done sort of mock classes that I think are like realistic and good classes, the highest I've been able to get taking that number on Rivals or 247 and then going back the last 7 or 8 years, comparing them to other top 10, the highest I've seen them get is 6. So they'd have to pull off some upsets or see guys get their rankings get boosted up and not dropped like they have in the past for the national services to rank them in the top 5. 7, however, there's several that were 6 or 7, 6 or 7, 6 or 7. So very realistic and very likely that they'll be top 7 if they finish the way that I think they're going to finish, based on how 247 and Rivals have ranked in the past. The question is more so, can they get to top 5? Top 7 is a much tougher one. And then, of course, they're certainly able to on mine because I have a different system that looks at different factors than just raw points, assigned points. But, of course, Trev, I don't know how many national services are going to be now because there's a bit of a shakeup today.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold from Brandon Plensner. Rivals rankings will go downhill and be based now more on NFL projection after the On3 acquisition.
Well, Rivals is always, I'm going to somewhat sell this one because Rivals has also based their rankings on NFL projection. I think it takes an even bigger jump with the On3 acquisition. And I don't know that Rivals is even going to still have a thing. I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know if, like, what they said is they're going to be integrated. I don't know what that means. Does that mean they're going to have 2 different systems of rankings? Does that mean they're going to take the top people from Rivals and make them part of the ranking system? Is this just buying Rivals to eventually kind of put the best sites from the 2 together? I honestly don't know how this is gonna go. I really don't. I don't know how this is gonna go, Brandon. I will say that what we are likely is that Rivals is being taken over by On3. So any formulas and all those type of things will be done by On3 is what I'm assuming. But I mean, I texted a buddy of mine right before the show and he's like, bro, I have no idea. I don't know. So like, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be 2 rankings. Well, I don't know. I have to do some research on that. But however the rankings are done, you can assume that it's going to be the On3 philosophy, because if they believed in how Rivals was doing it, they would have done that at On3.
Yeah.
So the ranking system is going to be done the way that On3 does it, which to me is going to make their rankings worse, because I think On3 has a really flawed ranking system, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Fair
That's
enough.
how I view it. We'll see. So, Trev, my man, we got through it. Actually, we got all the super chats as well. So awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Boom. Well, another really good episode of Buy, Sell, Hold. You guys brought it once again with really good submissions. Brian and I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. to continue breaking down Notre Dame's offseason. We're going to talk about newcomers, similar conversation to what we had on Tuesday, but a little bit of a different light. We're going to be talking about the recruiting class coming in, not the transfer portal class. So in order to...
But we'll start off, we're going to talk about the preseason top 25 from On3 and some other things related to the top 3, so top 25. So we'll have some fun with that tomorrow as well.
Good deal. And that'll be tomorrow at 1 p.m. And in order to stay in the now, be sure that you are subscribed when you know that we go live, as well as that notification bell. Before you head out of here today, folks, please be sure to hit that like button. Whatever streaming platform you listen to us on, we'd greatly appreciate a 5-star review. But as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Until tomorrow, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We will see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.